candy fill.
Oh,
yeah, it should be good.
We're going to the Shadowfell and
Can you
then
make
the
sure it's
Underdark.
it should be like, it says USB audio codec for the properties on the mic.
I'm not a fan of being
Make
like
sure it's the
permanent
right
right
one.
now.
Oh, it is right now.
I'm assuming that it
is.
Okay, cool.
Wieners,
so-
wieners.
Oh, I had a question real quick.
What's your question?
Did we roll for our stats in person?
When you
Yes.
well,
No.
some people rolled through the
The bot?
I think everybody maybe rolled
Oh,
through
for
the bot.
character Oh, creation. okay.
I feel like I remember everyone rolling in Discord for it.
Because Ash was like going to take the data point by, and I was like, just roll.
I mean, if she wanted to, she could, but I think it'd be better if she just rolled.
Rolling's more fun.
Because then you get
And
a
then
minus.
the only
He says with
I
despair.
don't remember what everybody was looking at what they did. If they were rolling and taking the
Minus
average.
two.
I think most people just take the average for hit points too when you level up.
Yeah, I just take the average.
Yeah.
Because I hate remembering.
I don't think
Because then you
anybody-
get like the tough feat later, and then you got to fucking go back and you got to recalculate, or your con goes up. And...
Okay, so we will jump into this. So last we had left off, you guys made your way to the very end of this tomb, essentially, that you traversed toward in order to find a book. It's basically most of the information you were given. You were given this little scripture of how to actually navigate and find this place. Unsure of what this place even was, if it was like a cave or dungeon or a burial place. You're not really even sure where this scripture that you were given was leading you to, but you followed the sun to its grave, and then upon doing so, the rest of it led you to where you eventually ended up at the end of this tomb, encountering this kind of Dark One creature that Voktesh has some sort of tie to, that he knows just as much about it as you guys do. There's a lot of mystery kind of behind it. There's also this other entity in the mix that seems to be in some way, shape, or form protecting Voktesh, that Kane was really the only one to witness it by any means. After you guys were able to barely get out of that tomb and survive, you basically immediately rested wherever you fell within the desert. There was this kind of runic teleportation type device that was at the end of the room that you were able to use. Upon doing that and starting to set up camp, Job, still with you at this point, was basically terrified the entire time. He couldn't really do much. He helped along the way as far as translation of things, but you could tell that he wasn't much of a fighter. The way that his kind of demeanor as far as fighting went was just not there. He just didn't have it in him. He helped set up the camps and everything along the way as you guys were pushing further and further through the desert. Probably like day 5 or so of your travels, you came across these nomads, essentially. The leader of them being Sasha. There were a few Goliaths, some tabaxi-like humanoids, as well as just a couple of like humans and whatever sprinkled in, but they were all like this mixed group of people, these nomadic bunch that basically just took you in for the, not really even the night, because you guys had left pretty quickly. Just had a quick conversation with them about what you were doing, in a way, not fully what you were doing, but your travels and everything. She gave you some sort of stones that you guys were given as a gift from her, because she said that she had received them a long time ago from some other people as a gift, and she was paying it forward. Seemed to also be a strong believer in Atum-Ra, this kind of god that overlooks all of Amatala and all of these people believe in. After doing that, along your travels going further and further to try to get back to your guys' camp, where your fellow Vikings are, Voktesh and a couple of you had attempted several times to open this chest that you were carrying along with you. It was very difficult. There were some spells that were placed upon it in order to prevent people from just opening it up. Once you discovered a little bit of what exactly was sealing it and the sequence of magic that had to be done in a way, and to just dispel those runes that were upon it, everything on it was runic, very native to your guys' culture, so you could understand a lot of it, which gave you the ability to actually dispel it and open it up. Upon doing so, you found inside two, basically like circular-esque runic symbols. I don't remember the letters that were on them, because it's not in my notes anymore for some reason.
F and U.
F you!
L and O is the two
L and
letters.
O, yeah.
B3U.
Yep.
What does it mean? I'm still confused.
Oh, I wrote it down here, that's why.
Crazy.
Every time you were attempting to open this chest, there was some sort of dark magic that would push back at you and try to like basically prevent you from doing so and breaking into it. So you're imagining whatever was kept inside has some sort of significance or importance relating to the Dark One in some sort of way or another.
It's the Krabby Patty formula.
Once you fully got it open, you found those two runic letters as well as this book. The book itself is this kind of light tan leather book. It's full of very old parchment of varying ages and sizes and even consistencies of the paper itself. The book is bound together with this dark leather and kind of thick twine. There are several symbols all over the actual book itself in many different languages. You can see it's all adorned on the front, a lot of them relating to like darkness and power. There are slight hints of these runes that you're looking at that translate for you guys to some essence of evil, but there's nothing really on there that just says like evil. You know, like it's not just like this book is evil. It's more or less the combination of all of the symbols that are written upon it and placed on it that give you that kind of eerie feeling as you're reading it and translating it in your own way. Basically, at this point, once you grabbed that book out from there and opened it, essentially, darkness, right back into it. You can see you're enveloped by it. You can feel its presence almost as if it's alive.
Understand the music now.
It suffocates you, and making the air around you feel very heavy. There's this initial panic that keeps you from making any observation as you try to compose yourself. For those of you that are kind of awake and around, depending upon how close you were,
Next to him.
Did he do it at night?
No, daytime.
yeah, it was like your guys.
Aren't we all awake?
Yeah, no, I'm saying like
Okay.
just depending on like who's like awake at this time. It was more like a early or in the day kind of thing or middle of the day. You guys were stopped though, like you were stopped at some point. So I don't know if it was an early rest before taking camp for the night, but I know that you guys were stopped because it was one of those moments where you were attempting to do it again once the travel had halted. So I would say basically anybody that's awake and not sleeping, so probably all of you because it's not quite late enough for it to even be a thing and you're not really tired by anything that has currently happened really recently, as you were probably on like your 6th day, 7th day or so of travel back towards your guys' camp, and you know that you're getting close at this point. You were told that you were maybe, a day and a half from El Nilath, but you're kind of taking this wide berth around it to get back to your guys' camp, so you're maybe a day or two away from your camp because you had passed that. But, as I said, you all see this just dark black cloud of energy just burst outward into this kind of dome shape that at first shows in this kind of tendrily dark, just it's like all over the place. There's not like an actual clear shape to it. It's just a bunch of tendrils and stuff going on before it eventually becomes a sort of dome basically right over the top of where Volktesh is. Maybe a good 20 foot or so radius around him to where at one moment you see him and then one of you maybe even gets like enveloped in part of it at one point and reacts very quickly to it. But nonetheless, as you're sitting there and you watch this dome of darkness kind of burst outward from where Volktesh is sitting, You're in a little bit of a state of disarray. The darkness around you, the heavy air, the mystery of what just happened. You can't feel any major like shift or change in your body like what you experienced before when you went to the tomb where you originally retrieved the book from. You do feel an instant sharp pain down your spine that causes you to rear back. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
You're just him or everybody?
Just.
See you, dude.
Succeed.
Or just die, that'd be funny.
You
Don't actually
die.
Natural 20.
Thank
Okay.
God.
Once you're holding the book and kind of squeezing it, there's no sort of like magic that you do or magic that comes from you to like protect you. The darkness is just there and then it's gone and you're holding the book. It's kind of open to that first face of it, like looking at it. Let me do this. Once the darkness is gone and you kind of have like the book closed, your eyes are also kind of closed as you're just like almost like wincing from the pain and like you're rearing back and then the pain kind of subsides and you move your head forward, eyes still closed.
Everything you have done is all weaved in the web I have set for you. Soon enough, you will be nothing more than a rotted corpse upon the floor. You will beg for me to take that which I seek. My ambition is inevitable, my power unmatched. The fear you feel slithering through your blood, it is I. Give in to the darkness, my kin, and embrace your contribution to the new kingdom.
The voice fades, your eyes still closed, kind of holding the book itself. You being the only one that obviously heard anything, you can see a couple of people kind of walking up to you as you are standing there.
What's that voice?
The darkness slowly fades, and as it's faded fully at this point, the voice gone from your the back of your head, people kind of approaching you as you're just beginning to look at the book. You're almost kind of like sucked into it in a way to where like you already have it open and you're not sure if it's curiosity or something pulling you to read it, but much of it's kind of difficult to understand and read. You kind of thumb through it where you start to actually be able to pick up whatever is within the book that you can read, and you see that there is just this sort of just random several pages and collections from different what appear to be like languages and cultures, but all of it seems to be bits of magical knowledge. You can infer that there's power within the book just by like gauging it and looking through it. It's hard to gauge how much power there is, but you can tell that there's like magic within it, and it's quite obvious. It's not like emanating or like humming, and there's nothing like glowing off of it. It just appears to be like a mundane book, but you can almost just sense that there is some sort of a power there that could be had and used in a way. Several pages of the text you can read, many of it you cannot. The book, like I said, appears to just be this collection of various bits of magical knowledge from a bunch of different languages and cultures. The parts of it that you can read, you're getting just like small little glimpses of it. You do have spellcasting, so you are able to actually like read all of it. So I'm gonna send you this. Make sure that I don't send you the other part of it.
Send out the whole thing.
YOLO, dude.
So,
You can cast all those now. Need a pedestal for that guy. Let's use it.
Stop making faces, dude. It's fucked up.
it's a little crazy.
Freak the fuck out,
It's a
dude.
little crazy. That's all I'm saying.
Freaked out.
It's all it says is that it clears up all the sand and makes it so it's a luscious.
Whoa.
So when you're talking about the percentage roll, Does that mean 0 to 80? I have to roll between 0 and 80, and if I roll higher, it's a fail.
Correct.
And then when you talk about
pretty
the
good.
additional 10% reduction,
Right. So if say you
good
only know
odds.
third and it's fifth, it'd be 70. Because fourth would be 80, fifth would be 70, sixth would
Okay.
be, you know what I mean?
so
Like, it
you,
just
the
keeps-
window gets smaller.
What about
Gotcha.
10th level?
Is there any negatives?
Who knows?
Oh shit!
You die.
You shit your pants every time you use it. It's like, wait, that might be worth it.
Just wear a diaper from now on. What the hell?
Or just shit. Covered in the sand.
Yeah, just pants off. You don't need pants anymore.
I'm not gonna attack a dude covered in shit.
Why is that guy not have pants on? He shits his pants all the time.
And so the
Got the piss guy and the
way
shit
the
guy.
spell slots works is I have that many. I can cast as many of up to spell levels that I have for free, and then when the percentage die goes into effect.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand.
I'm trying to understand what the fuck
So the book itself has its own
Yeah.
spell slots.
And so I can cast all up to the third
Correct.
using those
Using
spell
those
slots. And then
Maybe
after
we
that's
should
when
leave
the
and just
percentage.
keep this.
Right.
Okay.
So if you use those spell slots to cast something beyond, so like if you only have access to third level and you try to cast something that's fourth level,
Yeah.
that's when you have to get a certain roll.
Okay.
Any curse removing things in there?
I have to look at.
Any desert
I have to do
curse?
some research. Let me just put it that way.
Okay.
There's still definitely outside of like what this, like what
There's
you're
more?
getting from it. There's more
Alright.
in the actual book itself that is not related directly just to like
Okay.
magic in a way. Like
I got pretty good arcana, but I don't know if I'll
Okay.
be able to read all the text.
Can I don't know. Is there a way I can investigate the other stuff of the book beyond just this to try to glean maybe what its purpose is, who used it, or like if somebody were to come into possession of this, what kind of person / intent they would have for using it?
yeah, go ahead and just make an investigation check.
Interesting. Oh, we're back in the desert.
It's bad.
Oh, cool.
I got a 6.
I was worried for a minute.
Yeah.
there. He had 2 different planes in that playlist.
So, what languages do you know?
I know Common, Kori, Druidic, and Giant.
So, knowing the giant, you do know a lot of like old runic text. You can see that there are several pages within the book that are so
Comprehend
old
languages.
that the ink has kind of faded on them.
Okay.
And one of the like, just thumbing through it, like trying to look, like I said, like you gather from it that it is this sort of book that gives you these sort of capabilities to dabble with this. Had
Yeah.
you had the intent to like do it, like you have the ability. Like having the intent to do it is one thing, but actually having the ability to access it is another. And you can tell by like looking at it, the way that the runes are laid out, that you're like, fuck, like this is basically just giving you a how-to of how to use each one of those things. And
Okay.
then the further you start looking at it, like reading, you're actually getting to a point where you're starting to realize that the book almost chronologically is going like backwards. So it's not like front to back, like as far as time goes. It's like every time there was something added into it, it just kept stacking on top of each other. So all of the oldest stuff is like toward the back of the book. And once you get to it and start like looking through it and reading it, you can see a lot of it is just like, they're not like clean cut, like, you know, 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper or whatever the fuck. Like they're, you know, torn. Some of them are frayed and burned and like crumpling up to where it's just like almost like a paper ball clumped in the back of it. And you start to like kind of open it up and splay it out and look at it and start to try to read it. You can see some parts of it are referring to like certain people like by name as it's like reading through it. And you can only see like little bits of text that would be like,
Big Jerry in there?
Big Jer.
you said you only got a 6?
Yeah.
Big J, dude.
You pick up a name that's within the book that kind of seems to happen over and over and over and over again, and it's Thor. It says Thor.
You say Thor?
Yes.
He's got a hammer. I know. I'll take the hammer.
A lot of it that you're like reading,
I don't know if
like
I'm
I said,
worthy, but I'll take
seems,
it.
Gotta be worthy.
all the way toward the end of the book seems more like journal entries than it does anything else.
Okay.
And that name kind of pops up quite a few times within those back
The
sections. of the
Marvel
book.
copyright strike.
Does it seem like it was written by said person, or like
It's hard to
the
tell because of
subject
how-
matter is about
They
some
already-
person?
it's hard to tell because of how faded it is.
Mythology with the copyright strike. Watch out.
Because my thought is this book could be not used by that person, but intended to kill that person.
Could be. Certainly a thought.
I call this hammer. I just want that to be known. If it comes down, do it.
Try right now.
No, I'm saying we fight him. I'm taking his hammer.
Oh, okay.
I don't even if I can't carry it.
I'll arm wrestle you for it.
Shit. I don't want to do that.
But
You're gonna beat me, dude.
No matter what, the highest I can get is an 18. So
Oh. You got -2 striking.
yeah.
Holy shit, this guy's different. He almost beat the shit out of that guy.
Quite different. There's something going on with him. Who knows what though? It's all the drugs.
you should all be in the new PHP, right?
As far as,
All the spells.
yeah.
All the spells.
What spells is he
Because
looking up?
there's so
Strong check?
many spells.
You think that's a joke? You think you're being funny
No,
right now?
no, I'm being serious.
That's one of your new spells. I
I'm
have.
trying to figure out what the fuck's going on here.
Something cool.
Hit him with
I
a
mean,
death ray.
you guys saw the darkness burst outward, him just sitting there with the book, so like
Is he just like staring into it?
I'm flipping through the pages,
Can I
and
just, like-
looking right at it.
he's basically like sitting there holding it like
Are his
I don't know.
eyes like blackened and he's
Yeah,
fucking?
well, no.
He's like
Horns are coming out. Smoke from the
He's
ears.
scrawling and shit.
His eyes are turning yellow.
I mean, like he's just standing there. You can see him like, holding
Decapitating.
the book like this way, like flipping through pages. But he seems pretty
How
glued
big
to
is
it.
this
for
thing?
Wings are slim out of his back.
Probably, you know what? Like I would equate it to like the size of like one of the normal like D&D books,
Okay.
but it's just like kind of thicker in
Okay.
a way. And like a lot of the pages are like bursting
Sticking
out from
out.
the sides, and some of them like when you open it, there's like little tiny pieces of paper that are like stuck in there or like tied into the pages. The paper itself is very very thick as well. It's not like thin paper.
Are you alright? You look, kind of drawn to that thing.
It's very
This
Interesting.
player's handbook on the front. Huh.
There's a lot of magic in this book.
There is a lot of magic in the player's
Any,
handbook.
any about, breaking curses on a desert?
I wouldn't say breaking.
Well, if there's a one way in there, maybe we can turn it around.
I'm gonna have to spend some time studying everything that's in here, I think.
You don't feel it corrupting you or anything, do you?
I don't think so.
I gotta take some time. That dude's not okay.
Turn the fucking golem.
Just flips over.
The one thing I will say is,
Bites your fingers. We gotta steal it from him.
I think
Fat rocky.
the book itself is not inherently dangerous, but I have a feeling if we were to use it, it could become a liability.
Like, we shouldn't use it. Do you think it'll be a problem giving it to the council? You think it's too dangerous to hand over?
I don't think they're gonna use it for anything good.
So there's no way to break the curse in there that you can see at the moment.
I don't think it's...
Sounds like we should take it to the seer.
Are you talking about the Curse of the Desert?
Yeah. That's why we're here, right? We could take it
I
to
mean,
the
there's
seer.
a lot of faded texts in here, and
Texas.
I don't exactly know if this is used by a person or the idea was to kill a person with it, or but there's a lot of, like I said, you could use this to do a lot of different things. At first glance, it doesn't look great,
Okay.
but I think with some more time
What we got?
to sort through it, and
We got a couple.
I'm
days.
just concerned that if we did use it, whether it's me, you, or otherwise, that someone could start to become a little corrupt by the darkness. But I don't know. I could be wrong.
You open it again, see if it does the whole darkness cloud again.
You didn't open it up to an actual page.
No, I was just thinking. Alright.
I say fuck these people, just take it back with us.
If that's what everybody wants to do.
Well, if we ever have to come back here, they threatened us if we were to leave and try to come back, so it's a risk we'll be taking. But since we know we'll be up against a fight when we return, we can prepare for that.
It's true.
We'll bring a lot more Vikings.
Yeah.
Should be no easy work.
I think so.
You want to take a look?
You okay with that? You don't feel like you need to hold on to it?
No, I mean,
You're my precious.
It's
Sure, I'll take a look at it. Can I do like an Arcana check or something looking through it?
Yep.
Alright, give myself an advantage on my roll with my Tides of Chaos ability.
Don't go rolling dice when you're handing it to him.
Natural 20.
Natural 20 for your Arcana check.
So total of 25.
He made the book.
I wrote the book. My name's in here. What the hell?
That makes
save is just your score plus your roll,
Correct.
or your modifier.
Yeah.
What are you saving for?
Your mother.
Cooked me. He's resisting, trying not to steal the book from me.
There's like a slight moment where so he seems fine, he seems fully, and he goes to hand you the book and he's like, here, take it. And there's just a slight moment where when he goes to hand it to you, he holds on to it for a moment, but you take the book from him eventually, and he just kind of turns around and does whatever he was gonna do, and maybe even he's just watching, waiting to see if you find anything out.
Peeking around the corner of his eye, looking at me. We good? We good?
Hisses at you.
Lovely day out.
It's like, don't
You
bend the
discern-
corners.
You discern the same that he does. That sounds weird to you as opposed to how it did. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me resend it
I
how I
won't
already
even
had
look.
it. It looked better when I copied it out of this and pasted it as opposed to copying it from Discord and doing it. So hold on.
Sure.
Looking in the book, though, you do discern a little bit more than he does. Not as far as the book's abilities, but you're very confident that there is nothing in there about lifting a curse. You do find a lot of curses within the book, though.
Does he?
So outside of what? Hold on, give me one second.
Does he find a curse of what they said we were trying to break? If that makes sense. The curse that they said was put on the place.
Sorry, what?
I get what you're saying. Is there anything in there about putting a curse on the desert that would cause
Somebody say it, but
what's-
not stupid.
Okay.
That would cause the current desert.
Like what they told us happened.
Yeah.
You got a natural 20?
Yes.
27.
25
actually.
25 total.
25 total. It's a good roll.
You see a lot of curses relating to plague types of pandemic type things, locust swarms, maddening curses. You don't really see anything that would completely alter the terrain of somewhere and really affect an entire environment. Your understanding as much of this desert as you've been to as well is looking in the book too, this collection of everything, there's definitely powerful magic in here, but there's a kind of god-like magic, like primal spirit type magic that you being a Viking and knowing of like the spirits and knowing like they made the world and your belief of how they did it, like they would have to be something as powerful or more powerful than them that would have had to have completely altered the biome and like environment of the Amatalan Desert. So it's hard for you to believe that something actually did that. Like whatever this desert is how the spirits intended it to be, and that's like where your belief is at. Looking at the book, like you see a bunch of curses in there. You don't see anything about how to lift anything. You just see more of like this offensive type of spell casting within this book that is inherently dark in nature. Like a lot of the spells that are within it are spells that you're not really 100% familiar with. There's some elemental type magics that are in there that you can see, like fireball, like lightning type bolt spells. But there is some very dark and twisted arcane magic that like, or runic magic from what you're reading at because of the runes. But the magic itself is pretty gnarly, and it's stuff that you yourself didn't really understand that there was a realm of it. The same thing for you. Like it's just like a completely different ball game. Like you're not even sure where you would begin trying to find that or learn it on your own. It's like it opened up a whole different door of like runic magic in a way, where you never thought it was even like quite a possibility in a way. It's just something you've never seen or experienced or had a thought of in any way.
Yeah, I think this was put in that place for a reason, and I'm starting to think we should have left it there.
It's a little too late now.
I think Kane may have been right. I think we should take this back with us.
I think so too. I don't want to give this to...
I don't know what their intentions are, but I don't think they're good based on what I saw in there.
I would agree.
Maybe our raid is at its end. We'll
Did
have
you
to see what the Jarl says.
see that name towards the back of the book?
Big Jared.
You don't get a big ear.
Was that in the text you sent me, Bill?
It is not.
No, it's something I rolled for.
Key holder, dude.
If you want to try to look, you can, but if not, you can just kind of point it out to you.
Yeah, I'll just kind of flip towards the back and then just kind of point to it. And
It takes you a while to kind of flip through it and find it because I mean I'm talking like this book is like this thick.
Oh,
There's
okay.
like pages and pages and pages, and all of the pages are kind of similar looking but different. It's just like the sizes and like the age of them. And once you get to the back of the book, a lot of it's faded and kind of hard to read, and even like the writing itself is kind of just like very chicken scratch, like quick in it. Like whoever was writing it like aggressively was like writing. Like you can see in the next pages, there's like little bits of indents on there that when you inspect it a little further, but you're able to kind of thumb through the back because a lot of the pages like way further to the back. When you start to like read and open it up, that name pops up quite a few times.
You want to send it to me, or?
It's the same thing I told him. It's just Thor.
Thor, Thor.
Yeah.
I don't know if these entries were written by this person or if somebody wrote these pages about this person because they wanted to try to kill him.
Would this be a name I've ever heard?
Good question. You can make a history check.
My uncle's name's Thor.
What? Hell yeah. That's fine.
Is he a world-class weightlifter?
Okay, I'll roll it on the flat thing.
16?
Called a strong man.
16. The name Thor doesn't really have a whole lot of weight within your culture.
I guess I didn't even think of the name.
You guys, I mean, you've been there since you were a child, like within the village.
Mhm.
So you're pretty deeply embedded in it and everything.
Do I know the name?
The name itself definitely has like a Viking feel and like construct to it, but you don't know who it is. There is some sort of familiarity there, but it's nothing that you can like really like exactly pinpoint in a way.
Maybe the seer would know. I trust the seer more than I trust those people, but sometimes I might have apprehensions about giving this book to the seer.
After I'm pointing the name out to him, I'm kind of just gonna like grab the book, like kind of naturally, just like close the book and pull it to
I'm
myself.
not gonna think anything
Yeah.
of it. I'm just gonna...
His eyes shit.
He's like, you're bending the page.
Give me the damn book! Well, a while back I had gone to the seer because I started having visions of that dark one in my mind and in my rest.
What did they say about it?
He didn't. It's hard to explain, but there was a bit of a trial, I guess, to see if I would be able to handle the Dark One. And obviously, I didn't think we'd encounter him so soon, but there was a night during our travel that I thought the Dark One had started to pull me in, and it was really weird because the seer kind of yanked me out. Or at least I thought it was.
It's possible that
So
in some way.
I think taking this book to him was the right decision.
Okay. No complaints from me. I'm gonna get out of this.
Let's get a fucking move on. I'm tired of this fucking place.
Tired of sweating. I'm tired of swamp ass.
Warming them up, dude.
Oh, did I have to make some sort of check to hand over the book? Okay. I'm just curious.
Mine, no mine.
Look. I'm killing both of us. Fireball.
When's the last time we had a full moon?
Right now.
What's a full moon cycle?
We might have missed it if we were in the temple for a long time.
So you don't fucking know.
I'm really sure. And the last time you guys, well, I think Voltash inquired about it, or Sigrid, one of them. It's quite, I don't want to say random, but I mean there's at least one a month, maybe like every 3 or so weeks.
So it's just gonna hit me randomly sick.
And the last time somebody asked, it was like a week or two before the next one, so you probably
Like
pretty
tomorrow?
close as far as the time goes.
Looks up.
Oh shit!
I don't remember if we've asked. Is the do we only have one moon on this planet?
Yes.
Alright.
14.
Holy shit.
But they're all lined
Whoa,
up together.
They're chained. Looks like a nerd's room.
We only have one moon, is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn it, we're not on Tatooine.
Isn't that 2 suns?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Binary star system.
Did you just get out nerded?
I did.
Yeah, the Star Wars guy.
That was
Thinking wrong.
crazy.
I'm not the Star Wars guy.
That was crazy. We know you as the Star Wars guy.
The most
I
Star
used to
Wars.
know him as the Star Wars guy.
I'll salute. You lost that title, dude.
Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, take
Star
your
Wars
shirt
guy.
off. Give your shirt to Dwiz. You're not the Star Wars guy anymore. Revoked, dude.
I can't help that I'm just an idiot naturally. Okay, leave me alone.
That's relatable.
Alright, so your plan still is to head to the camp, but beyond that, the plans seem to be different at this point, where you are.
Yeah, I think the plan is to head back to the village, pending whatever the Jarl might say.
Okay.
So to the boys first.
To the boys!
Alright. You're, like I said, probably 2 days before you begin to travel. Or, sorry, before you get to the camp. And that's like on the high end of it. You were given some camels from
that's
the
right.
nomads, so your travel is a little bit
This
faster.
one I'm
so
gonna let you get eaten
so
by
it's
bullets.
probably like a day.
You just ran into
I'd
bullets.
say, of travel before you get there.
I'm casting fly on my camera.
As far as the book goes, just where are you keeping it, like on your person, like in a bag?
Yeah, where
He's holding
I'm not like
where are you keeping
I'm not
it?
like schoolgirl in it
He's like
all day long.
He's got
I'd
beady
say
eyes. He's looking around.
I'd probably like just put it away in my sack.
Okay.
Like, you know,
But it's always
I don't know if we're starting our travel for the day after everything that occurred, or if we're going to sleep that night. But after all that, I'll probably just put it away. But then whenever we rest next, I'll probably pull it out and try to read through it some more so focused towards the back end of it, just to see if I can find anything else out.
Okay.
We should give you
But I
two
will
these sending stones. Because
keep
when
it
we
in the
split
bag.
up, we
I
always
won't
kind of
keep it,
split
like,
you guys up.
in direct contact with me, but I will be carrying it with me.
Okay, got it. Yeah. You guys are probably like in the middle of the day, and how you guys have been traveling, if you guys still want to continue doing that now that you have more like the camels, pushing through the night a little bit more you do, because it's a little easier because the sun's not beating down on you as much, to where like if you travel a good 8 hours from where you are now, you feel confident that you'll make it to your guys' camp. So if that's what you want to do, you can.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to suffer any exhaustion. You'll be tired for sure, and have to rest, but you're going to be like getting there, I would say what would equate to like midnight, between like midnight and 2 a.m. and then you're probably only going to sleep for like a few hours, but you'll still get your long rest benefits and everything. Pushing through the night, you get probably 5, maybe 6 hours into your journey. For you, Brody, it being at the back of your mind, kind of like where the moon is positioned, and you're kind of this like magnetism like pulling you up to it. It's not quite full, but like you can almost feel like once you start like looking up at it, you start to like roll your shoulders a little bit and feel this like little tingle that goes like all the way down your spine, like into your legs in a way. You can feel it at the ends of your hands. You're
I'll
kind of
need
like
this soon.
squeezing at your hands a little bit. Almost like when you're walking too, like doing this and just like trying to shake stuff out as you're moving about. The camels themselves, you're not really able, like you and Kane are not really able to like ride them for very long extended periods of time, because you can see that even though they are pretty sturdy animals, they're not used to that much weight on their back.
What are you trying to say?
You're very large people.
What are you trying to
You
say?
some fat motherfuckers.
Thank you. Somebody fucking. At least he said it.
Kill this guy, man. I swear.
For the first 5 hours or so, it is very, very, very dark. The moon is basically the only light that you have. There are a bunch of stars in the sky. For you, Bogdash, like you find yourself basically almost every night, like looking up at that, like trying to gauge everything and feel some sort of connection that's basically undeniable for you in a way. I just brought up a good point that I didn't pick up.
We're all dead.
I'm gonna start throwing stars at people, okay? Be scared.
You're throwing stars at others?
People. Your people. So.
I know the spells in that.
Horrible
Get
stars.
in.
Star throwing. Level 10. You see Infinity War? Thanos ripped that moon out of the sky and fucking threw it at Iron Man? That's gonna be me with the
Do it
stars.
again, too.
We gotta steal the book.
You don't find yourself like looking up at the sky as much right now. You
Okay.
find yourself more or less like double checking to make sure that the book is like still in the bag. You find yourself like feeling back. You're not like flipping the backpack around, opening it, and like looking at it. You're more or less just like wherever your bag sits on you, you're just kind of reaching to feel the book and hear like the kind of crinkling paper. You're all like pretty keen on your surroundings. Right now the river is basically to you, that kind of Great Divide River is to your right as you're traveling, because you're kind of going south down the riverside. The way that the river is here as well, very similar to how the end of the Brecca River that leads off of like Lake Frore kind of has like that very gradual drop to where the current just kind of fades out, and then once you get to the end of Lake Frore, where that kind of estuary that opens up into the actual ocean at there, like the Sur Sea. Has a bunch of like rocky formations and like a weird tide that causes it to be difficult. This is just more or less like the actual face of the river's, like the bank of the river. It's just not something where you can build on or essentially make it easy to like travel across. And it's a very, very wide river as well. Like it's hard to see the other side of it. It's hard to make out what's over there. Like you can see the silhouettes of the land itself. But especially at night, like you can't make shit out across the river. Nothing seems to be like traveling on it. You don't see boats on the river itself, especially because like where you have been walking on the river, like I said, looking, like it's just this like kind of almost like dune-like shore that goes into a beach, and the beach itself has a lot of kind of like limestone rocks that are all kind of broken up and shifted and kind of like over top of one another, like to where they're like a bunch of plates that are all messed up. You can see that how this probably formed just by kind of looking at it. It's just several sorts of these shifting of kind of all these plates that caused this sort of crater to form in a way, and then river, like eventually water started to fill up into it, and it connects to the ocean. The water itself, like looking at it, you can kind of see that it's quite like during the light that you have as you're traveling along the side of the river, it has more of a kind of deepish blue appearance to it, like you would imagine like a deep kind of river would have. It's kind of clear, but the closer you get to the ocean, it almost gets to be this like brackish kind of green mixture, where the sea salt and the fresh water start to kind of mix a little bit more, to where it's not like gross looking, but you can just tell that the water is different and kind of shifting and changing, to where the river itself is like this natural fresh water that is kind of pushing down into the actual ocean. But once the two different bodies of water like kind of meet is when that kind of change starts to occur, which for you indicates that you're getting a little bit closer to that camp because of how you guys basically just came right in from the sea on the other side. You know, and you're kind of anticipating it as you... That just opened. You're anticipating it as you get closer, for somebody to be there. It got to a point where when you were traveling, like the sand wasn't all you were seeing anymore. You could see that deep blue, that kind of welcoming sight of the ocean, and then you're getting closer and closer, and you're realizing that you're not only near just the camp, but you're getting that much closer to you being home, like to being a Skalavik. You can kind of smell the sea and like that water, and that feels more familiar to you than anything you've experienced in your travels since you've been here. You're anticipating someone's going to be standing guard as you approach the camp, and as you expected, you can see Darren makes himself known from behind some sort of like sand berm. It's late at night, it's dark, so you know it's probably one of those things where you guys traveling in this bigger group, he kind of saw you before you saw him, and took his time to like kind of take it in to where he makes himself known for you guys, seeing who all of you are. Blue Dragonborn, just to give you guys like a recap of who Darren is. He's one of the individuals from Feldby. Blue Dragonborn, bald head. He kind of got spiked fins along his jawline. Average build. You can see he takes the sword that he has and kind of places it on his shoulder. Gordon Dole's been waiting for you. He just kind of looks back toward the camp. Looks up at you guys.
Let's go.
Fast.
Let's get out of here.
What are you in the boat?
We gotta go!
Get ready to roll out.
We started a war!
We're gonna die.
We kind of are starting to war
They
by
are
leaving.
coming for us!
Watch out for, if you see big bugs, get everything on the boat.
Go, 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 go!
You start getting closer to the camp. You can see the kind of little fire that's there. You watch it kind of roar up a little bit as you can see.
We can see everything.
Here's a question.
Yep.
Does only our village have a seer?
No.
Okay.
You met the seer from Feldby,
Do we tell
who is
them
the
about
brother
this
of the
book or
Jarl.
not?
Oh, okay. What?
Do we tell them about this book or no? I feel like that's something we would have discussed before we got there.
Yeah, we'd want to take it to Arceer, right?
I think so.
Because we trust Arceer. Not that we don't trust the other ones, but
I don't trust anyone.
But I think with the experience I already had with Arceer, I think it would make sense that I'd be drawn to want to bring this to his attention. So.
And I guess if we're not going to tell them, how do we explain, oh, we just have to leave?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something I was thinking about. What do you guys think?
I don't think we'll get any resistance from wanting to take it back to Arceer, do you think? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, we brought treasure, right?
I was gonna say, do we go where we went back because we needed more gold, or did we not? I guess we didn't need it, but we
Go back where?
because we went to the pyramid,
Correct.
Yep.
cleared the pyramid,
Yep.
came back,
Yep.
and we were like, damn, that's a lot of gold.
But it's not
But
enough.
not anymore.
Well,
Yeah, it was
so we
kind of
left
like this
again,
was
two
so
to another.
easy. We saw
Oh.
another one. Let's go
Yeah.
look at that one, and then you guys got cut off
Yeah.
before you made it to that
Yeah.
second one.
And then, but we came back to the camp before we went to the Red Desert, right?
Yes.
Yes. So
Yeah.
when you were in El Niloth, you kind of made an agreement, like, hey, we want to go talk to our people. He
Yeah.
was like, you can write a letter, and you're like, no, like we want to see him face to face. You went and talked to them and explained to them everything that was basically going on. That you were being enlisted to retrieve this book. They were going to give you gold, and then gain favor with the pharaoh of the land as well. And then in return, like you just basically had to return this book to them that would lift the curse. So you went back here before going to the
Yeah.
actual like Red
Yeah,
Sand Desert and
I
explained
just-
to them.
And
I
he
just
said
was
if-
wondering if they thought we were gonna walk out with a bunch of gold, which it sounds like they were.
Well, we can.
No, they were expecting it like
We were supposed to come back here before we went back to the city, anyways, right?
Yeah.
right. And Gorndalk had kind of hinted when you had come back here that he was going with you to Alniloth to
Meet
both
with them.
speak and meet with them and retrieve the gold with you.
So our thing is just thinking of, you know, how are we convincing them to just leave
Instead of going back.
to-
I mean, we could just tell him we got the book and we don't think it's a good idea to give it to him.
Sure. But he might. I'm just concerned he might want to take it for himself. But I guess we can cross that bridge when we come to it.
Is Gorndal magical in ability
No,
in any way, shape,
You
or
have
form?
not seen him fight, so you
Okay.
do not know.
But he doesn't he have technically have power over us right now?
Well, of course, yeah.
I mean, if he requests the book, technically, you know, by our laws, we'd have to give it to him.
Or we kill him. I'm just kidding.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You know.
The book made me do some crazy things. I don't know.
Oopsies.
Yeah, we're gonna have to take that book. So, what is he doing?
I've never seen that before.
We just see how it goes.
Yeah, that's fine.
We could also just tell them that we already talked to our seer, and
Yeah,
it
that's
kind of
what-
lines up with.
It's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
You begin approaching the camp, you're getting closer. You can see the spikes that are set up very makeshift around. It's just one of those things that you had brought with you as some sort of. So this is something that I will also say that kind of pulls some things together more. You guys as a culture are pretty intuitive and savvy as far as survival goes, and setting yourselves up in good positions when you need to. So you guys were kind of anticipating, probably having to set up a camp. So these spikes were kind of brought along the way to set up some sort of quick defense system that made a lot of sense. You can see constantly when you make your way through your guys' culture, your villages, the camp that you have set here, there's quick little very simple advancements that you guys make all throughout a bunch of the time. You can see where the spikes are set up, that there's also a little bit of a somebody's been shoveling, digging little trenches out almost in some spots, where basically where Darren had come from, he made his own little hidey hole that he was kind of stuck into. And when you walk up to the camp, all you can see is that fire kind of very dimly lit, and then you watch it kind of roar up as you watch Olga throw 2 or 3 pieces of wood onto the fire. You can tell though, like you can see now what she seems to be burning are some of those wooden spikes like are from the thing, because there's not a ton of like wood supply that's around here, so the fire itself is very, very dull. It's just kind of just being fed every now and then to keep things alive, and it seems to probably only be something that's being used to like cook meals. It's not for warmth by any means. So you can see this pot kind of hanging above it, steam slowly kind of rolling off from that, and it's very, very faint because of how warm the environment is itself. So it's not like in winter where it would just be like bellowing off the top. It's more or less just this faint, very small steam. You can smell like the meat. You can also smell like kind of some form of like potato or something that you guys would also have that would have been farmed from you guys. Just more or less food that you haven't had great access to in the places that you've been visiting, and you've been eating a lot of very dried stuff. You've been drinking water more than anything. You really haven't been eating a lot since you've been out here. And I will say that many of you have lost quite a bit of like weight. Not as much as like you're looking malnourished by any means, but like where you came from, like everybody had a little bit of this kind of thicker physique to them, whether it was like some excess fat or just because of your day-to-day of whatever. Your lower half might be a little bit more toned than it was just from all of the walking that you've done, like going through the desert and everything. But you're not like shredded by any means, but you just are physically lighter than you were when you had first arrived within the desert, as you've been here for almost, a few weeks at this point, if not even pushing on a little beyond a month, just from all the travel and moving around that you've been doing and everything. You can tell, looking as you begin to approach, like I said, you only see Olga throwing a couple of sticks onto the fire to cut up spikes. You can see the Jarl Gorndal is sitting across the way, seemingly holding some sort of a bowl where he reaches a ladle into the pot in front of him and just puts a big helping of it into a bowl, where he begins to kind of just like pick it up toward his mouth and eat it, as well as like put his finger in and pick some food out of it. Doesn't really have utensils that he's like spooning anything out with. And you also see Boar standing by them. Fjoldir, Lauf, and Darren. Those three are like kind of off. You're assuming hidden around the actual camp itself, like kind of keeping watch. So when you approach, you just see the three of them. As you do, Boar seems to take notice to you and kind of stands up, and he's not like running up over to you, but he just starts kind of like walking in your direction. Bone Cloaks, you return. You look like shit, but you're alive. He just kind of extends his arm out to whomever.
We're alive.
We are living.
Come, sit. Just made some food.
Am I still cross-eyed and have a bad headache?
You have a bad headache, yeah.
You got a nasty scar on the back of your head.
You still have like a little bit of the wrap that's up there. Once you guys begin to kind of approach, Gorndal stays seated, kind of leaning over, holding the stew basically in front of him. So, what say you? Were you successful in retrieving your book?
Yes. Almost cost some of us our lives along the way.
Well, spirits protect you, you're here now. He kind of raises the food and like eats a little bit of it. So, what is this book? Have you looked at it, read it?
Cracked it open. I think whatever they want with the book, it's not going to be good. And it's definitely a power we wouldn't want them to have.
What do you propose then?
Well, we encountered some dark magic when we were going to get this book. Something that I'd kind of talked to our seer about before. And so kind of want to go back to him and bring him the book and see if he can glean anything from it. Maybe provide some sight on what to do next.
do agree if it holds power, and it is what you say it is, we should return to Skalvik. We've been here long enough. It is definitely time we go home. However, I don't think we should keep it all to just one village. We'll return to Skalvik. I'll hold on to it for now. He kind of reaches a hand out.
Meteor! Meteor!
So just sets it like in the sand in front of him, kind of out of the ground. Takes a sip from it.
You're getting sand in the
Like,
For the time
I'll just
being,
hang on to it.
we will keep it safe. Return to Skalvik. And we will deliberate more when we get there. Our seer too, I'm sure, would like to look at this book.
I think it'd be good to have all the seers involved.
Yeah, it's actually a good idea. Maybe they can find some way to. Honestly, I think we might want to, after we know what it is, destroy that thing.
Maybe.
If possible. It seems evil.
yeah, maybe that's not such a bad idea.
It's like that's
Do you think that the power in this book can be used to our benefit?
I didn't really have a lot of time to look through it. But I think in the wrong hands, it could be used to harm us or others. But I think if we were to use it, we could use it as a way to deter threats and protect our culture, and it might even help us defeat others.
As you're like talking, he just kind of picks it up and like flips it open. And
Boom!
starts like thumbing through a bunch of pages.
He put a trap on it.
Well, there's all of this writing. He kind of starts thumbing through it and like looking at it.
What part is he looking at?
Just random other languages and shit that he's like thumbing through and just can't really.
It's arcane, very old, ancient, runic text describing spells and how to use them, and there's some journal entries towards the back. There was a name back there that kept showing up. Thor? Thor. I don't know
I don't know.
if that means anything.
He just keeps kind of like looking at it, closes it, and just kind of drops it in the sand in front of him.
He couldn't read a word.
Do any of us know a Thor? I'll roll right now, dude.
So he just wants to roll.
Yeah, kinda. Been sitting here for too long. I'm like this. Let me roll. Tell me what to roll, Billy.
No, nobody. It doesn't really sound familiar.
Didn't even let me roll
Bell by any
just-
means.
You're gonna roll 20, and he's gonna have to tell you no.
Even Jarl Varndal, like when you say the name, he just kind of like
Yeah.
acknowledges that you said it and doesn't seem to be like, oh, well,
My dad, dude! That's my dad.
Can summon storms.
Oh no, his name was Dor, dude. My bad.
Thor, dude.
For now, I'm sure you've had a long journey. Sit, eat, rest.
Yeah.
Road deer's already 3 bowls in.
We can make haste in the morning to leave. If that is what we decide. All of us are ready
Get your
to go.
nutrition up.
Well, we just need to discuss one thing if we're planning to leave right now. We were pretty directly told if we don't bring the book back that we will not be welcome back here. We will be met with aggression if we return. So if our decision's to leave, we need to make sure if we decide to come back, we're well prepared to fight.
Well, that and they might seek us out. Something to consider. Even if
That's
they
true.
didn't say they would, they probably have a general idea of where we came from. They did have some knowledge of, maybe not exactly where our tribes are located, but that we were from the west, and they might come looking for this. So it's something to consider as well, yo.
Or kind of interjects. Let them come looking. Try the end of my axe before anything.
That's fair. I think we are stronger than them, but they have numbers on us by quite a lot.
Well, if that is the case, when we return, then we will spread the word to at least be prepared for something of that sort.
Okay.
Let us first worry about returning first.
Yeah.
I'm sure that will not be easy as well, but... Gorndal kind of reaches down and then lifts the book up toward Boar, who just like walks over and kind of grabs it and then like just is like holding it for a second, doesn't even open it, just looks at it quickly and then walks over toward the tent where Gorndal's stuff is at. You see him go inside and then come back out. When he comes back out, he sits down by the fire, grabs himself also some food, and begins to sit.
Jesus, your hair's long as fuck, dude. Holy shit.
Dan took all the hair in.
Yeah.
Left on with none, dude.
We need Jerry here so we have a middle ground, dude.
One guy with long hair on each side of the table. That's it.
I'm fairly balanced right now.
Yeah, true.
Actually, yeah.
Make a wisdom save.
I'm gonna put Jerry at the head of the table and then the people with medium hair.
That is a natural 20 for a total of 25.
Let's go.
For what?
A wisdom save. Fighting words, fuck this guy.
Hopefully it gets easier every time I succeed.
Or it gets harder.
It might.
Probably gets
I'm
harder.
resisting it right now.
It probably gets harder every time you open the book.
You get harder every time you open the book.
I'm hard right now.
I'm always hard.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it. And
We'll leave in the morning then. Everyone rest. Make sure everything's prepared. Start packing everything up tonight.
That book is rock hard. Alright. Well, I'll probably eat and then help pack up, and then I think I'm gonna go for a swim in the ocean.
I'm sleeping in the boat.
Oh yeah.
Make sure my wheels in there still.
I got it attached to the boat so that we can drive it across the lake.
Are there any animals left?
Yeah, there is like a sheep
A
and
turtle.
the horses that you guys brought.
Oh, shit.
The horses have just kind of been like laying down, like they have these big kind of like barrels essentially set up by them that they seem to be drinking from. They're kind of over by the water. But yeah, it's just like a sheep and however many horses you guys brought, which I think was
I think it was just two.
two,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly.
Is it time to eat a camel?
No, we're taking these guys back.
Hell yeah.
Starting a camel farm. This time next year, we'll be selling camels to the other tribes. This dude's hump is frozen.
Alright.
Yeah, two male horses and a sheep. Well, it's a ram, I guess. It's a male sheep.
That's what we brought.
We brought 2 horses, a pig, a rooster, 2 hens, and a singular sheep.
Damn, they fucking killed those animals.
The
Zoomed through.
boar is pretty big.
I guess we were gone for a while, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised the sheep made it.
We're chilling in the shade.
Alright.
Fucking PTSD.
Y'all begin
Slaughtered.
winding down for the night. Kane makes his way over to the boat. As you're making your way over to the boat, having your basically the little things that you have brought with you to like carry, you left that large kind of like grinding stone here inside of the boat, so that's kind of there. You make your way. You're basically ready to go at any moment's notice at this point. You just kind of make your way over to the boat and sit there and like look up at the sky. As for you, you make your way out toward like the ocean and start to kind of swim around in there. Are you sleeping in a tent out in?
I'm gonna go by wherever the animals are
Okay.
and just like kind of tend to them, check them out, see if they're healthy enough to actually make the trip back, and then I'll probably kind of stay off put from everybody else.
Sheep's like,
And-
hey, all my friends, dude.
And I'll probably like end up not going to sleep at the same time as everybody else, just kind of staying off put and
Okay.
like kind of maybe thinking about like the stars, but then also thinking about the book, and then just kind of being like, I don't know, a little retrospective on everything that happened and
Yeah.
trying to figure out what it
How
all
much he
means
likes
and
that book.
how much I like. No, I'm just kidding.
Freak the fuck out, dude.
Make your way over to the animals and like kind of tending to them. You can see that the horses
Can I just smell
are
it? I just want to smell
are
it.
probably worse off than the sheep is. They're not
Yeah.
by any means like on death's door, but the amount of food that they're used to taking in compared to like what they have been here, they're taking a lot of like you guys probably bought bundles of like straw and like hay, but there's some sort of dietary things that they're not getting that they should be. So you kind of make your way over and you have some of those maybe like citrusy kind of fruits that you begin to like give them, and they just like eat them up.
Make sure they
almost
don't get scurvy.
immediately. Yeah.
True.
Begin to eat them up very quickly.
In
There's definitely like a comfort there once you make your way over to them, and like these are animals, like the horses specifically are animals that you've taken care of for a while, and they're all healthy, like they're fine, but they're not in the same manner of health that you're used to them being in, kind of a little bit thicker, you know, prepared for like if you were to bring one of these and try to like use them to pull something, like you're not really confident they do it as the best of the ability that they could, but they're fine, they're surviving, like they're healthy enough, they're being fed, it's just not as much as they're used to, and it's more or less like they have enough water, they're fine, like they're surviving. The sheep is just kind of like hunkered down, resting a bunch, seems to also have some water, a little bit of food around. It seems to like kind of be shifting around within the sand every now and then and finding little bits of like the hay that it just picks up and kind of chomps at. There's not really much vegetation as far as like grass or anything, so they're just eating whatever greens or leafy stuff that they are given. You can see a lot of scraps of like like the bundles, like the crates that all of that stuff was probably loaded into. There's also like random little scraps of, you can see like the fruits and whatever random shit has basically just been kind of given to them here and there. It's just like sitting in the bottom of this crate, like people walking over and like tossing it into it to monitor it. It doesn't seem like one person specifically was probably taking care of them. It was just like, oh shit, like we gotta do something, like go over there and blah blah blah. But once you do that, you kind of just like sit down. There's just enough crates and stuff sitting over there to where if you wanted, you could just like tuck your bedroll or completely roll it out or set up your tent or whatever. But if you're getting to a point where you can like look up at the sky and like see the stars, as you're sitting there and looking up, you've always felt this like connection to it. You have some sort of magical affinity to them as well that you feel you draw some sort of power from, and it's just one of those innate things that you are fully aware of. You feel, I don't want to say like more powerful and stronger, that just the connection there is not severed, as opposed to like when you're inside or like wherever else and you don't have that visual. You always feel the connection, and just when you're sitting here at night looking up at it, it's much more like apparent to you. Looking up there as well, and the events that have kind of transpired over the last week or so within the tomb, and that entity kind of making itself known, and you feeling that power and that presence, there is there is some sort of familiarity there between that presence that came and protected you and kind of basically revived you to the stars in a way, and it's something that you never noticed before until now. Like the power that you kind of feel from looking up at the sky and like feeling that connection was very similar to the rush of energy that you were given in like one of your most dire moments that you've ever experienced. So there is some sort of epiphany in a way to where like there's some connection to all three of those things, to where you have this brief moment of having so much going on in your mind and like trying to think of like the book and think of like returning and thinking of the Dark One and thinking of like that entity that had protected you, to where you have some sort of quick like epiphany and answer to something of the hundreds of questions that you have, where it's like these two things are somewhat one and the same. It might not be exactly the same thing, but there is a strong connection between the two just based on the feeling of power that you got and that feeling of the connection to the stars. That gives you a little bit and enough for you to like actually relax and like close your eyes. You constantly have that little bit of fear in the back of your mind, or reluctancy when you try to fall asleep, because you're worried about drifting to a place that you find yourself being unable to control when you fade away to where you have been experiencing these kind of darker dreams or something prying into your mind or trying to like, get to you in some way. You have that moment where you feel that connection, that answer kind of comes to you, where you just kind of relax and feel calm, kind of at peace. You're like looking up at the stars, you can feel your eyes getting heavy as they finally close, and then you just kind of let your head fall back and drift off for the night, kind of the most peaceful that you have in a while, probably. Especially feeling comfortable, surrounded by other Vikings, like within your camp, like you're feeling more at home. The excitement of returning to Skalavik, everything just kind of slowly brings you down. You've been on edge and like tense, and you've been feeling it more and more, especially since leaving the tomb. Like everything just kind of, it's just like this nice, like relaxing breath that causes you to be able to finally get some good sleep.
Mysterious forest, hell yeah.
For you, as you're also like kind of looking up, you focus more heavily on the stars than anything. You're not even looking at the moon, you don't look at it once. You're just kind of focused on those, fixating on those, and kind of doze off.
Yeah, that's your thing.
Peacefully. Kane, as you're kind of sitting there laying down, your kind of maybe arms like back, like laying across the bench or whatever, like looking up. It's kind of bright, and it's almost like kind of when you close your eyes and there's just like a fucking light or something that's just like right in your face. Like you're realizing like, damn, that is fucking bright, and you kind of like look up and you can see the moon, and you're kind of looking up at it, and it is like in full form for sure. For you, being kind of out in the ocean and the water, Olga also makes her way out into the water. There's not really much said between the two of you, but she's just kind of in the water as well, kind of swimming around, being close. Before you as well, like you can see there's almost like an interaction between the two of you going to occur, and then you also can see like the way that the moon is being lit, and she's like kind of standing there and seems like bright, and you're like thinking in the back of your mind like, wow, it's fucking bright. And you look over and the moon is full. For the two of you, you also see Sigrid, who's kind of like standing at the far side of the camp. Not like super far away from you, but like once you kind of see that light and you kind of sit up, you can see Sigrid is kind of doing the same, where all three of you kind of have this quick moment where you all see the moon being full, and in the back of your mind you're like, oh fuck.
I know there's something.
And you kind of sit up and you start to try to look for Brodier. Brodier, where would you be in this moment, kind of at night, as you've eaten like 4 or 5 bowls of the stew, probably. It's like a probably cauldron about this big. You and Bor probably take about half of it, and then everybody else finishes the rest.
I took the other half.
I was trying to go to sleep, but
Okay.
like I probably just passed out right there. 'Cause
Right by the fire.
I'm all fucked up.
Okay.
Look at the moon.
You guys, so it would have been the 4 of you, Boktesh, you kind of falling asleep peacefully, and not even really on your radar because of how much shit that you have thinking about internally. You guys all in this kind of almost exact moment. Like some of you can see, like Sigrid seems to pick up on it a little quicker. Kane, you as well, just because of like where you are and like looking straight up at it. The moon being as bright as it is and knowing that it's full, right in the back of your head, instantly you start to think of Brodier and his connection to this and how you've noticed the full moon and him noticing it and relaying that information to you. You sit up very quickly and start like looking for him. He's very easy to find. You see Bor at first and you know that that's not him. Bor is kind of a like the weapon that he carries with him. He has like that large axe. He doesn't seem to be like holding it right now, but you can very quickly like looking at him. The scars on the body as well, like you know it's not him. You kind of pan across and you can see Bor standing by the Jarl's tent, and then you can see Brodier sitting by the campfire. There's like a bundle of barrels and stuff where he's kind of like leaned up against it, and then you feel like in the back like that tingle just kind of comes over a little bit more to where you can feel like your shoulders almost kind of like pop, and you like lean up forward, going from like kind of sitting like this and relaxing to like having this kind of little headache, and you're kind of feeling at your head, and you know that it's from the wound. You go to feel to the back of it and like kind of look. It's just a very, very faint little bit of blood from it. You kind of feel. Lean forward because you're trying to like sleep and struggling to do so.
Like, if I know kind of what's happening, can I like make my way out of the camp we have, like as far as I can?
Yeah. You kind of like feel your head a little bit. That little bit of blood that's there, like you're feeling the headache and you're relating it to that kind of wound and injury. You lean forward a little bit to where you're like sitting, like your forearms on your knees. You grab at your head a little bit, and you guys see him doing that, and then you watch him.
Like agitated. I'm gonna like let out like a sigh, like fuck man, I just want to go home. And then I fucking jump out the boat and start to walk over.
Yeah, you watch him go from like forearms on his knees. You can hear the splash over in the distance. As far as like you go, for you, Steiner. You hear that splash in the water, and you see Kane jumping out of the boat and like walking toward Brodier, who you also notice kind of getting agitated. And you can see Sigrid from the other side, like trying to go over toward him a little bit. Sigrid actually gets to a point where he takes a few steps toward him and then kind of stops in his tracks and is more or less in a moment of like, okay, at least two other people are looking. Like, I'm just gonna take and like keep my distance. You, holding at your head, get up, start walking toward the edge of the camp at this point. When you get to the edge of the camp, you can feel it, like, kind of tingling through your body. It goes from that, like, just weird kind of, like, tingly sensation where you're, like, rolling your shoulders to this kind of sharp, almost, like, digging pain that you can feel, like somebody taking, like, a sharp nail or knife and just burying it down your spine. To where when you get up and walk, like, you actually, like, rear your shoulders back. And when you do that, Kane kind of picks up the pace a little bit to kind of get closer to you. You make your way through. You can see Bor not really paying attention to it. He's kind of back to you, moving over toward the Jarl's tent, to where you guys realize that you're really the only ones keying in on it and like noticing it, because he doesn't really seem like he's not like bursting out like yelling and screaming. He's just kind of rolling his shoulders and pushing his chest up and like grabbing at the back of his neck, feeling at his head. You can see him looking at his hands, squeezing his hands. You can see like veins that are like up over his shoulder, like going up to his neck, like to where you can see that he's like squeezing and like tense. You can feel whatever that is, that sensation that you typically get when you feel you're about to transform in some sort of way, is there, and it's like pushing. You can feel it like just trying to break through the actual surface of your skin. Like there is something trapped inside of you, and it's like almost trying to claw to get its way out. You've had this two different kind of feelings when it comes to these transformations. One of them you have had some minor control over, where you have decided to release whatever it is in there and embrace it, and another that's trying to claw its way out and like make itself known and fight its way through, but you feel something with that and you try to resist that. This doesn't feel the same as like that the bear trying to come out. The bear almost like in you becoming one in a way,
like,
to where
hey
you
bro,
allow
can
it
I
to
come
happen.
out?
You can feel something like almost in your chest, like something is just like sitting there, like scratching from the inside, like rubbing against the ribs and the bones. Your breathing kind of gets heavy. You can feel that scraping and tearing. The blood on the back of your head, you can feel it very wet, kind of trickling down the back of your neck as it's actually bleeding a little bit more right now. The bandage itself is not holding up very well as you keep like touching your head and like feeling the headache. It causes the bandage to kind of push and fall off to where the blood is now just kind of slightly, very, very consistently trickling down your back. You get to like the edge of the camp, and you can see where you're walking toward. Lauf is kind of standing there. This is basically who like Sigurd's uncle is. Sigurd and Kane's uncle.
Oh, fuck.
He's just kind of like sitting in this berm, kind of facing the other way, looking. He can hear your feet kind of like shuffling, and he just like briefly looks back. As he looks back, you stop where you're standing because you just can't move much further, and you look right up at the moon for a moment. And there's like this brief pause where like you
I'm
walking up,
hustling to
yeah,
get to him.
yeah, you
Like,
start
get
walking
to
up.
him.
Right,
Yeah.
right before I look at the moon, can I like say something? I'd probably run towards him, his uncle.
As you see, like there's probably like a good 40, 50 feet between Lauf and where Broder is standing. You watch him like stand up and just start like booking over kind of where towards Sigurd is, and at that point you pick up your pace and start moving toward Broder really
I'm running
fast.
too.
And you start to pick up your pace.
If I can get to him, I'm gonna like grab him. Like,
I was
put
swimming
my
near
arms
the
around from the back.
Whole dog fight.
running in the nude.
So your role is not a percentage anymore. We're kind of changing it now to where when you're a little further along in because of your unicorn encounter that caused
My
you
boy?
to be
Yeah.
able to kind of make your way through this a little bit more. You just need to make a Constitution saving throw right now. The DC is 15.
Oh, looking
I mean, you're
18.
18.
That was good.
Okay.
Whew.
As you start like making your way up, for you, I'm not even gonna make you do it. You either. But for Sigrid, like, there's a little bit of like fear that kicks in to where like he's just like, I'm gonna stay here. Like I'm not getting closer. But for the two of you, like everything, like instinct and everything kicks in and pushes you forward. You especially, Kane, like. You fought like face to face with him every time, and you're
Smoke
not
me
really,
you time.
You feel pretty confident as far as fighting goes.
Hasn't lost.
You're a little worried about somebody else having to deal with it. So you run over and just hug tackle him from the back and go to like bring him down to the ground. You're not like quite like wrestling him right now in this moment. You just kind of like grab him really quickly and are like holding him.
Just like right behind his head, like.
Think of Aldrich. Be the bear.
You feel him like squeezing his arm. Like he's huge. Like, he's a big dude. You're both really big guys, but he's still like.
What do you mean by that? No,
his hands are kind of like barely like around your entire body to where like his fingers are kind of interlocked, and he's like squeezing as best he can. You can see his arms kind of shifting. You're not like trying to like break out of it. You're more or less just like sitting there like breathing really heavy, like squeezing your arms. You can see on the back of his neck there's this like little bit of hair that slowly starts to like almost like poke out and like curl around, and then you watch it like subside. You can see the vein that's like jutting from the side of his neck slowly starts to like go down. You can almost see it like pulsing with each like beat of his heart because of how thick the actual vein is and how much blood is rushing through his body right now. You can feel when he brings his arms up like towards your or his hands up towards your arm, you feel this like sharp pain like in the side of your arm. You take a point of damage. It's not like super
You
relevant,
get shit
but
on, loser.
He actually like stabs a sharp claw into your arm, like deep enough to where it's probably like that far, and you can feel the blood like trickling and dripping from your arm. It gets to a point where you're finally like calmed. You're sweating. You can feel that sensation trying to like push and claw its way through has subsided a little bit. You take kind of like breaths.
I'd probably pass out with all the fucking shit I've been through lately.
You can feel his body go from this like tense, like squeezing, almost like scratching and clawing at your arms that are like holding him in place. You're like yelling at him about Aldrich and to think of that. He's not speaking. You can just hear him kind of like over and over again before eventually it's just like this like slow breathing and he's like calm. And then you feel his body just kind of go like limp to where he's just like passed out, resting like as you're holding him in your hands. Lauf is kind of standing there, just like looking. See, Is he alright?
All good.
See the features like start to go back.
Yeah, you could, the ranger one was like the claw, like you could feel it in your hand as it kind of subsides, and his arms are just kind of slack. You can hear him just kind of like.
I feel all that happen. Just like close my eyes and just. Yeah, he's alright.
You're bleeding.
I'll be alright.
At this point, Steiner has kind of like made his way up to you too.
You all good here?
Yeah. I have an episode again.
Well, I seem to resist it for now. Should we drag him back to camp?
Yeah, I go. Just gonna like dead weight drag him along.
Mm-hmm.
Just by his legs. That'll be real good for you. Your pre-existing head condition.
You can see you like attempt to try to like help pick his legs up, but it just like falls slack, and Kane's just like walking backward, kind of dragging. You can see as you're looking like out of the corner of your eye, Boar starts to like basically like run over as he sees Kane just dragging Brodir. Goes over to like picks his legs up and is like holding him. And he's like, "What's going on? Is he all right?"
Just some exhaustion from the journey.
Yeah, he's fine. It's been a lot. He's been through a lot.
He's just kind of like, "All right, where's he going?"
We're back to the campfire, I guess.
You guys just bring him over.
Just get him in a tent.
Yeah.
You guys bring him over and he can sleep in mine this way. And he kind of goes over.
let's
and takes
go.
over the tent.
Yeah, the
You make your way in. It's kind of spacious, big enough, obviously, for a Goliath individual to sleep within. He lays it down, kind of helps you put the feet down. You can see a lot of furs and just bundles of shit that are piled up. A little bit of like a barrier that keeps the sand from getting into everything. Just set Brodir down. He's just kind of like doesn't seem to be in pain or anything. He's just like tired, kind of exhausted.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is I'm noting everybody who ran over to help me, and Dash isn't on this list.
Yeah, it's like the book also needs to, I think, make a trip back to CRC. Seems to have a little bit of a war within himself.
Yeah. I'm sure he'll be alright. He kind of gives like a smack on his chest and you're just still.
Put my slightly bloodied arm, get my hand up on Boar's shoulder, give him a nod, and walk out.
I'm gonna be waiting there when he comes out of the tent.
Punch him.
Yeah. No, I just. You should wash that out before you go to bed.
Welcome to the
I
club,
don't
dude.
want you doing that.
You'll like it now.
I don't know if that's how it's spread, but who knows?
Unless it's a disease or a curse.
I don't know.
Disease.
I don't know all the ways diseases and curses spread, but at the very least, it'll prevent it from getting infected.
That's fair.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go put some clothes on.
I think straight I'm gonna go into up to the ocean and splash water onto it.
Ow. Yeah. You got like a deep kind of hole here where the nail was like, he was like holding your arm and one of them just kind of like grew into your arm as you were holding him there. And then the other ones are just like very like minor scratches from him like slightly going across. Most of them seem to just be his normal like fingernails, but the one was just like that long claw kind of growing.
Or did you get scratched?
Just walk over and kind of start splashing at the one that's like
Oh,
the
I see,
deep
scratch.
puncture. like kind of hurts. It stings a little if you just salt water, but you just kind of splash it up onto it.
I swear was it a claw or a bite? It was a claw, right?
That infected him.
You got a huge bite on this
It was
side.
a bite?
On your side.
Did I put how I got infected by the Baron?
Hmm.
Did I put
You
the wrong
did. That's
thing?
why I was
I
thinking.
put the
about
wrong
it.
thing, dude. I thought it was a claw.
Hmm.
You know what? I clawed the shit out of him. That's what it was.
That's what it
when we were
was.
trying to make sure if he wasn't gonna get
And
infected.
he will again.
There was also like in your stat block where it said like the bite, and there was like the save at the end of that, but with your thing it doesn't. It like I had to take it out
We wouldn't know about
because
that.
it was like the basic stat block for the lichen stuff. I had it in there.
But if you guys both transform, we're not stopping you. So you got to keep one strong guy, not a werewolf.
Change it.
Okay.
Get back in the boat and just pass out.
Yep. All right. You all get your benefits from your full rest. Each of you at night have no issues actually falling asleep in comparison to before when you were resting, as you just were under a lot of like stress and pressure and a little bit of worry of like what was around you, resting out in the middle of the desert, worried about whatever might be the next creature that you come across. You realized like how much you were traveling within the desert and the things that you were kind of coming across. Like you start to realize how arid and like desolate that it is in a way, to where there's these large expanses of nothing but sand. There's no life that you really come across, no like water, no plant life even. There's just like those random creatures that you had encountered along the way. Those kind of locust swarms, the bullets, and then coming across individuals. Like for how far and long you traveled and what little you came across, there's something a little eerie about it, but it just shows you how difficult it is for things to actually survive out here. But you guys being the hardy individuals you are and survivable and adapting to everything and making it through, you now have this moment where you're here, you've done it, you've kind of made it, you feel not like at peace, but at ease in a way, where you're surrounded by other Vikings. It's very similar to before when you came back to the kind of rest here, that you sleep much easier within here, knowing that you are safe, surrounded by many people that you know if a fight were to happen or anything were to happen, that they would be there to protect you. And in numbers there is strength too, and you realize that and you feel that by being surrounded by the others that are here, which it should be, I think, 11 of you total. Gorndal, Fueldeer, Darren, Lauf, Boar,
Oh, you're missing.
Olga.
and Olga.
Oh no, Job left. I forgot Job left us.
Yep. Job is staying with the nomads. Gonna be a gypsy Job.
Hey,
Gypsy Job.
we're gonna find Gypsy Job in the future. I'm calling
We find
it
him.
now.
He's dead. I'm gonna kill him.
What if he's
Murder.
What if he's like a really cool guy?
It's like a toned.
How old was Job?
80.
If you had to guess, probably like
Inches
what
tall.
would equate to like a human, late 20s, early 30s.
Oh,
Pretty young.
Yeah, he's through his life. I'm killing him. Lived his best years.
he patched you up when the rest of us were cooked. So
All right.
You also left me in there.
he left us all
At
in
this
there.
point, as you're resting
So
through the
did that
night,
guy.
He didn't know.
you know that there are patrols that are being had.
People can leave this open, okay?
Yeah, you can leave that open.
Too much gamer scent in here for you.
I think there's just a little too
Yeah,
little airflow.
I still gotta put like a little fan in that gap up there to where it like pulls air out of here, moves it, circulates it. But nonetheless, you guys resting throughout the night, like through the dark hours of the night, like I said, you feel at ease. There is a patrol. You don't have any issues. But early in the morning, probably what you would imagine is like the sun is basically like just coming up. You can hear somebody kind of like stirring. You can't really make out much of what they're saying, but you can hear them being a little bit louder and kind of like not much like a panic, but more of like a alarming, like trying to get everybody's attention. You stir awake and kind of start to look, and you can see standing kind of near where you guys have like these kind of spike traps, and there's like a little bit of like a trench type tent. A very short, kind of smaller individual. You can see that he has like a ponytail type hair, this kind of like goatee type facial hair. Is Fjoldir, the kind of halfling individual that kind of traveled along with you guys from Gedeland. Everyone, wake up on your feet. There's riders coming from the north.
Oh shit,
They'll
we
probably
should
be on
go.
us in a few hours.
Well, sounds like it's time to hit the road.
Gordal kind of makes his self known from the tent. Fjoldir, how many? At least a dozen, probably more.
Fight them.
Is it only a dozen?
Oh, can we see them or no?
From where you are right now.
Are they on bugs?
Is
Big
it-
old bugs?
It was hard to tell. I could see them when I was up on that ridge,
Did
quite
it
a
look,
distance to the north.
did it look like a sandstorm?
In a way, I mean, there was a lot of sand being kicked up, but there's a lot of them on their way here right now. I don't know
Oh,
who
they
they are or
keep
what they
moving.
are or their intentions, but
If we're gonna leave, it's time to go.
I think now's the time. Let's roll out.
very well. Everyone, hurry up.
Start packing
Gather
up.
your things. We load the boats up and we're out of here.
We're packed.
Lauf, help with the animals.
Yeah, get these camels on the boat.
You start to look and you could probably only take one or two.
Two. We're jamming two in there.
Yeah, especially because of all the
We need
animals. that
one
were
male
there
and one
before,
female
like,
camel.
I mean, we had 2 horses, a sheep, a pig, two
And all those are
3
gone.
chickens. So
Yeah.
we only lost the pig and the chickens.
Yeah, so you don't
So
have
we
like
don't
a
really
ton
have a
of
lot, yeah.
extra room. So like 2's pushing it, 1's safe. You might have to like put an animal on your guys' boat because they were all on the other one because of the space. Then theirs was like flat, like a barge kind of deal.
Gotcha. We can.
One male, one female. If we got them.
Yeah. Can I discern the sex of the camels?
Yeah, not hard to do.
Are they 3 guys?
Does he got a dick or not? How many of them?
They're both.
There's 3 of them.
There are 3. Yeah.
We got
2 of them are males, 1 is a female.
Well,
Call us Noah's Ark.
decisions have been made.
All right, you guys are kind of not scrambling so much because a lot of things were already picked up. There are a lot of crates that you just leave behind because they don't have much use. They're empty. There are some that have like very small bits of hay and such in them. The heavy footfalls of you guys pushing through the actual water to get out enough into the ocean to be able to put things up and in. You guys kind of make this, you can kind of hear Gorndal like, make a line, start handing things off, to where you guys already have some people on land and you're passing things through to where you don't have to wade through the water, wade back. It's just kind of like this quick assembly line, like passing off of supplies and such, to where some of your shit is like getting tossed in other boats. Like there's not like, this is our stuff, this is your stuff. It's just like wherever there's room, shit's getting piled in and kind of thrown up and into the sides.
Cash, make sure the book ends up in our boat somehow.
You can see Ornal has
He's
like
like, I'll end
a,
up in the same boat as
he has like a backpack that he's holding up over his shoulder where he's like wading through the
Oh, it's in
water.
there.
Boar behind him, they kind of have these like little ladders essentially that are smacked up against the side of the boats. They're very basic, like large kind of thicker sticks with twine wrapped around each one to make some rungs where they start kind of climbing up and in. At least for the shorter of the humanoid individuals to use these ladders to get up and in. Those of you that are taller, even of like average size, you can just kind of like pick yourself up and pull into the boat. There's nothing really tied off. It's more or less just, well, I guess there is. There's the kind of the post that you guys dug into the ground that you tied the boats off to. But
taking those.
you guys very quickly begin to kind of.
We leave a sign that says, "We're going east."
He's genius.
They went this way. Arrow to the east.
We'll never know.
There's not like panic by any means. It's just a sense of urgency that everybody seems to have right now. tents kind of get broken down. There are a few things that get left behind in a way. Like I said, those spiked barricades, some random crates, like the fire pit
Maybe
itself.
we'll take one with us.
There
Run
is
right into the spike.
very obvious. You can hear and kind of see in the distance, like once they're at the top of the large dune. So essentially, if you remember, like where you left initially and went to, there's this large like sand dune that you got up onto, where you started to see all the pyramids and stuff in the distance. Like when you initially first arrived here, you can see the sand getting like kicked up on that as they start to like move very quickly down. You can see some of them are like there, and then you watch one like disappear into the ground, similar to what you've seen them do before. At least the Kia Orn that had those kind of green sashes on them and had some sort of earth affinity to them.
We're not looking at this the right way. That's a milestone.
You watch as they start to kind of push down closer and closer. There are still some supplies that need to kind of get moved over. There's like a sheep that you can see. You and Lauf basically are like holding in tandem to like get up and over into the boat.
Get him in the boat.
You both kind of have it to where like you're holding like each side of like the ass end of it, trying to push it up to where like it actually like hooks its feet, like just trying to, it's like gets its hoofs up and over, and then you guys just like shoulder and push it up and in. It like thuds onto the ground and kind of rolls on the inside. You hear this like as it like hits and then starts moving around. You can hear all the animals, the clanking of wood. The water's just constantly kind of splashing right now. The camels, you have to like Boar and Brody are like walking over camels and horses like to get them up and in. The camels end up in your guys' boat as they get kind of pushed and into there. You guys have both of the camels and the sheep.
We're like
and then the horses and like all a bunch of supplies that thrown in their boat. To where you guys are basically all loaded up. You can see random little boxes and shit that are still on the actual beach. There's nothing there that seems super important. So right now, Voktash, Kane, Boar, and Brodier are all like outside of the boat. Lauf has just like kind of climbed up and in to where like when he climbs up, Voktash, you kind of just like take his feet and help push him up and in, and then he turns around and like lifts his arm down for you to like reach up so he can help pull you up and in. And when you reach your hand down, so basically like the orientation of like who's in what boat gets a little bit mixed up to where Lauf just jumps in with you guys.
We have 2 extra camels and a Lauf.
Yeah.
Holy man.
But also like where you're
that
at.
guy's freaking out.
Where you're at when you're assisting you're assisting to get the actual like horses up and into the other boat. You actually like have this split moment where if you were to try to get over to your boat that you originally started in, like you're pretty sure that they're going to be on top of you. So you have this like split second.
So I gotta fight them all myself.
Where you can
all
see
right,
them,
I'll do
like,
it.
pushing through, and you watch as they're pushing through. The way that those spikes are is like they're just low enough to where like if something starts to disturb it, a lot of that sand is like very loosely sat there to where something with a lot of weight pushes onto it, it'll just kind of like sink into it, and, like fall into the spikes. So you watch one of those beetles just slam basically right into them to where they're no more than 60 yards or so away from you. So they're like basically on top of you.
We should have been XP. That's XP right there.
You hear the like kind of slam, and then you start to like look and you realize that there is one of the, so your guys' boat that you have is already like untied and slowly kind of drifting off. The barge that has everybody from Gadelund and most of those from Feldby has like that rope kind of going off. You watch Boar take the axe and then like slam it into the rope, cutting it off to where it starts to like drift and float off. And then he like gestures and like kind of shoves like, come on, get in the boat, and like pushes you over, like tapping your back as he's pushing out the boat and like kind of like wading out a little bit.
Jump into the boat.
Okay.
You
jump into the boat. You can see that it's like this flat, large, kind of barge type of boat. Once you kind of get yourself in, you can see Boar is basically like up to his chest to where like he doesn't have like a lot of room to like do like a full like muscle up to get himself in. So you kind of reach over and like grab like underneath his armpit.
Head.
Grab under his armpit.
Like a basketball.
He's pretty heavy. You reach over to where like your hand basically like goes like
good
this,
for my spine.
like on the back, where you have like his tricep. And then the other ones where you're basically grabbing like under both of his armpits and just like helping lift him up and over, where he gets up into the boat and kind of tumbles his way in. He gives you like a smack onto your shoulder where you both kind of get up and turn around.
I turn into a bear.
Alright, get a room! Start rowing!
Everybody starts grabbing paddles and kind of pushing off and rowing. You can see some of the the Kia-Orn that make their way up. You can see only like one of those beetles actually slammed into the spikes while the others start to like form onto the beach side. You watch some that have these like blue sashes that are on top of the beetles, and they're like pulling out, and they just like keep doing this with their hands, and you can see the water that you're like kind of in right now is like almost slightly like sucking back to where you feel the boats drifting out for a moment, and then you feel them start to slowly like tug and pull back into the water. As that's happening, you can see these little bits of like fire just quickly go, like 3 of them start to like arc up toward you guys in a way, to where one of them hits the water, and then when it hits the water, there's this like explosion.
Fuck.
You watch another one that starts to arc, goes next to the boat that you're on, and there's like this explosion. The flames like lick up and over, and then you watch one of the flames is coming basically directly like on top of your guys' boat.
Can I, when it's midair, throw a fireball back at it and see if I can hit it?
Yeah, go ahead and just make a
That's
spell
cool.
attack.
Okay. Do I have time to activate my innate sorcery ability?
Yeah.
It's a bonus action.
Yeah.
But it'll give me advantage on the roll.
Mm-hmm. So you're basically just making a spell attack to make sure you like actually hit it.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
13 plus 7, 20.
20. Okay. With that, like you.
Oh shit!
You throw it, and you're kind of like a little bit late on the reaction because of how it's coming in. And you watch the first one
You
hit
combine
and kind
them
of
to blow you guys
explode.
up.
You watch all 3 of them, like I said, just like arc out and fly towards you, to where that third one coming down is like last second. You kind of actually like almost fall to the bottom of the boat as you're throwing your hand up. It explodes maybe like 8 or so feet above, like where the actual boat is, to where like there's just like a little bit of fire that rains down, and you guys just feel the heat of it more than anything. It's probably even higher than 8 feet. It's probably like 10 or 12, but it feels super close because you're like laying down and you hit it. You just feel like this huge heat like bank down. Little bits of flame actually splash down onto the boat, and like some things are starting to like catch on fire to where you're like grabbing
Yeah, grab a
water and
bucket.
fucking pouring it, and the water that's like pulling you guys back, like you can feel it, and you're actually getting closer to the shore. You're probably 80 feet off of the actual shore itself, but you're getting pulled closer and closer to where you're like 60 feet
I'm
at
gonna
this point.
like stand up and see one of those guys doing that weird manipulation shit. I'm gonna like grab an axe out of the thing and just try to chuck it at it. Just
Okay.
to try to fucking
Just
knock
make
him
an
out of
attack
his
roll.
concentration or whatever he's doing.
I'll throw a javelin at someone.
You have.
I don't even care if
with
it's
all
one of the
weapons,
guys
don't
doing
you,
the water
basically?
thing. I
Yeah,
just
as a
want to
fighter?
hit somebody with
Yeah,
a
so
javelin.
you
I
just
gotta
do a
roll for a
dexterity
while,
based
man.
attack. You can add your proficiency too, because you're
I
proficient.
think that is
I'm throwing a
19.
javelin.
Throwing a javelin?
I don't care who I'm throwing a javelin at. I just want to throw a javelin at them.
Okay, go ahead and throw a javelin.
Can I go again, or am I? Was that my?
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I'm
This is
gonna-
kinda just like fluidly happening.
Natural 20.
Okay.
I'm smoking somebody with a javelin, dude. They aren't ready for this.
How far would you say that we are from the shore?
60 feet right now. As everything that's happening right now is happening.
60 feet.
13 damage.
So you're like 60 feet from the shore, and they're like on the beach. Like they're standing right there.
If I backed up to like the tip of the boat, would I be outside that 60-foot range?
Yeah, I mean, the boat itself is probably 24 or so feet long.
Okay.
So, like, you'd be, another 20 or, like, looking at 80 feet. But what's happening, though, is, like, the boat's not getting sucked, like, straight in. It's kind of, like, pulling it like this in a way to where, like,
Okay.
it's, like, sucking it in. So you're probably, like, 70 feet at best whenever you do what you're about to do.
sucking us off!
You
I'm
take
gonna.
the javelin and just chuck it as hard as you can. Like it's just instinct. Like you see your bag next to you that's like holding a lot of them. You just reach down, like pull it out with 2 hands, and then once you have it lined up, you chuck it. And when you throw it so hard that you like land onto the edge of the boat, and you just watch the guy that's sitting there like pulling the water in. You're not really even like aiming at him per se. You can see behind him one of the guys that just like launched a bolt of fire, goes to like pull his hand down, and before he even throws it, it slams into his chest, and he just flies off
Like
of
a
the,
guy.
slides off the beetle and like into the ground, just unmoving. What'd you get for your
19.
19?
Nice.
19 hits. You take the axe and like just, you can see it like going, head over handle as it slams like up into the shoulder of the guy, and he like reaches up and is grabbing it. How much damage was it?
300.
7 damage.
7, yeah. So it's not quite like enough to where you think it's gonna kill him, but like when it slams into his shoulder, like he instantly just like reaches up toward it to where you feel the boat not drifting towards the shore as much, but it still is, as most everybody's like trying to like attack back instead of everyone like really trying to row away. Boar does the same thing when he sees you reach down and grab a javelin. He takes one of your javelins as well from the bag.
Dude, I only
and
got 2, dude.
chucks the other one.
Now you got 0.
Oh, he
You
throws
buy
another
your
javelin.
javelins.
Yeah. I had 3, dude.
No, you got 1 more then.
No, I used the one.
No.
He'll hit 2, but he doesn't just kill them right away. He just chucks it. As he throws it, it slams like up toward the shoulder of one of them, similar to the axe that
I
came
throw
through.
him.
When it slams into the shoulder, he actually also hits one of the people that were kind of like trying to pull the boat inward. You can see, like I said, there's maybe 4 or 5 of these individuals. So once that the 2 of them are like hit and are kind of stopping, it slows up. But not a lot of people are like actually rowing to fight it. So the boat's actually now like 50 feet away from the shore, to where some of those people who have like the kind of gray kind of sashes of on their armor. You watch them like standing there and they like push down, but like toward their feet to where they start to just like drift up into the air. And then as they're in the air, you can see them like take from their hands these little slingshots that they pull back while they're like up suspended in the air above the boats, and they just start.
How closely gathered together are all of these individuals?
They're pretty tight on the shore because it's kind of like the way that the bay is. There's like this little, almost like C-shaped bit of island where where you guys had your camp, because it was kind of defended on 3 sides because of the water. So they're pretty bunched up in there. There's probably like 15 or so of them as well.
I'm hurling a fireball.
Okay.
And because I'm about 70 feet away, I shouldn't be able to be counterspelled.
When I see those guys up in the air, I'm just gonna shoot a guiding bolt at them.
Okay.
And continue to do so.
So a natural 20 against Kane. Another natural 20 against Steiner.
That's messed up.
9 against Brodier.
Doesn't hit.
8 against Voktash.
How far away are those guys?
The ones that are like up in the air,
Yep.
they're probably like, they basically just go like straight up on the shore to where they're not gonna like splash down into the water.
That's like 60.
So they kind of just like shoot themselves up to the sides and just like let off. So when they shoot, you can see that they have like this kind of leather bundle that they put inside of it, and then a bunch of just like shards of what look like almost like glass or some sort of very thin metal just burst out into it and like spread outward. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but
Still gonna hurt.
just a little slingshot. So the natural 20 on 6. We're just doing double dice, right?
Damn, I wish I was a fucking
So you take
giant
12 points
barbarian.
piercing damage.
The
Steiner,
giant
you
barbarian's
take-
weapon, you can throw it and it comes back to you. I just start throwing my
You
fucking
take
battle
12 points
axe.
piercing damage as well. And then the ones on you guys, like, just kind of miss because you see it all coming. And for you, like, you basically, like, tuck behind where, like, the mast is and reach across and, like shoot a bolt as you're ducking out of the way. And you just hear this, like as the glass and everything and metal shards are, like, slamming up against the actual boat itself. What did you get for your hit?
24?
24?
We get too close, I'm jumping off the boat. I think it depends on how good this fireball was.
Let's see.
Go ahead and roll the damage.
9.
9. So you watch when you shoot it and like slam it up. Like those guys are just like floating in the air right now, sitting up there, just like just constantly shooting stuff from the sling. They just have these like little pouches. The fireball itself just like goes over toward the shore, and there's this big kind of explosion. They don't seem to try to like shoot it and do the same thing you did. They're just more focused on just like launching shit at your guys' boats as you're trying to leave. The fireball that like slams on there basically covers like more than half of them that are sitting there.
Okay.
It's enough of like a point. Go ahead and roll the damage for it.
Okay.
I'm not about to roll
3,
15
4,
deck saves, but the
6,
damage will be important. That's what we'll go off of.
7, 8. The save is a 16.
What a great great sound.
That's
True.
not
10,
It's not like you just were about to roll your keys.
20, 26 points of fire damage.
Okay. So as you send the fireball
Like,
forward,
start rowing, and I throw it.
you, and as you're yelling that too, and the ball just explodes across the shoreline. It's enough of a moment where all of those individuals that are like pulling the boats back through the water, you feel it kind of stop to where the boat's just kind of sitting there floating. That gives those that are going to row enough time to actually start like rowing and getting further away. So if there's anybody that is rowing, and you
I'm
can make a
rowing.
strength check
I
or
get hit.
athletics.
So I get hit to my knee from the shards and kind of like feel that and stand back up, and I'm gonna like leap over to the oars.
Okay.
Start rowing.
You just like it's like this terrible sharp pain, but you just like
You
push
rage?
through
You
and
get
like
advantage on that?
with
If I
nothing but
rage,
sheer
I might turn
determination,
gold.
like act like it's not even bothering you. Blood is just like
Barrel
dripping from
rolling
every
on?
little hole on the side of your leg, and every time that you like push down
Might
with
not
your
be a good
feet,
idea.
like to give yourself some sort of counter strength, like you're kind of pushing with your feet, pulling with the oars, and then like doing the opposite. You can feel it like throb with each time you do it, but you just push through like it doesn't even bother you. So athletics for those that are
Athletics?
rowing.
Thank
yeah.
God. You said strength check, and I was like, I'm fucked up, dude.
It's a 15.
15,
25.
25. Okay. Board's definitely also going to be rowing.
I could have got big, but it seemed counterproductive.
Also, Billy, when I cast that fireball, I did Wild Magic Surge.
Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Vor got a 26.
Like Sigurd would probably be counter firing too.
Yeah. Yeah, Sigrid for sure is just like arrow and like just shooting, and then
Better mark all these arrows off.
you lose a 6.
Pull up the recording.
I'm just gonna message him. Or can somebody like write on it? I don't think his sheet's there. It's on his
No.
tablet, so.
You radiate bright light in a 30-foot radius for the next minute. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of you has the blinded condition until the end of the next turn.
You guys are just blind rowing, dude.
Just keep rowing. I'll guide you. Keep rowing.
Is there a save for the
No.
blind, or they're just blinded?
No,
It's just that bright.
it's just that bright.
We throw him at them, they'll all be blinded.
Go stand at the end of the boat so they can't see us.
Alright,
Genius.
you launch the fireball that you shot, and then as you kind of launch that, you feel this just like huge surge of energy come across your body, and then like from you just emanating is this like super bright purplish light that takes over basically the entire area around the boat in a way. It's how big of an area?
30-foot radius.
30-foot radius? Oh yeah, the whole boat is just covered in this bright purple light.
Sorry! This never
You're
happens!
just rowing as best you can. You're not sure exactly which direction you're rowing in, but those of you, so Rodier, you're the only one on the other boat. You see the bright kind of purple light from theirs, and you watch the boat is going away from the beach, but it's not in this kind of straight line. It's more like at an angle in a way.
Yeah, that's good
And then the
enough.
boat that you're on is like further enough away to you're probably like a good 120 feet.
Oh, I thought you were fucking.
opposite.
I thought you were about to fucking.
Yeah, you're going like opposite in a way, and then you hear Gorndal kind of like yelling out as he's like grabbing the back like rudder of the boat and like turning it to try to meet where that trajectory of the other boat is going.
He's not shooting arrows anymore.
As
that's
you
for
are getting further and further away, you can see these little like fire explosions like between you guys and where the beach is. How long does that blind last?
Well,
Just a minute.
it says any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of you has the blinded condition until the end of its next turn.
Oh.
And the 30-foot radius of bright light lasts for a minute.
Okay,
So,
just
but the
like-
blind is just one round.
Gotcha. Yeah. So only like
It's like a flashbang.
only like
Yeah.
two or so people would just have that initial like blind to them, which I'd probably say would be Sigrid and Kane.
You wake up sometimes and open the blind.
Sorry, guys.
But yeah, you hear Kane just like yelling fiercely as he's like rowing. You get to a point where like you're far enough out and you're still just like powering through, just like rowing as best you can because you can still hear the explosions of the fire in the distance, the oars like splashing against the water, the boat
Blades
itself
overhead
is
is
kind of
dropping bombs.
creaking.
Machine gun fire.
HC-130.
You feel a hand like on your shoulder, and it's kind of secret. He's like, "Brother, you're all right. Slow down. You're all right."
There's too much adrenaline. I'm fucking screaming.
Yeah. He's like, Kane!
Rage rowing. The
Yeah.
most effective way of rowing in a circle.
The front of the boat straight up out of the water.
Your guys' boats kind of get close enough to where you can kind of communicate back and forth. Gorndal kind of shouts across, "Is everyone over there all right?"
We're alive.
I'm here.
Once I stop hearing explosions and people just talking, I'll probably come out of it.
Yeah. Sigurd the whole time is like, Kane! Kane!
This guy's gonna have PTSD. He'll wake up in the middle of the
He's
night.
like,
you
dude,
look
we're
over
back
and,
at the village
see
already.
out of the corner of your eye, Sigurd there, and he just kind of like one arm on like your arm, like one hand on your arm, and one on your shoulder, and he's just kind of like doing a like slight shake. He's like, "We're all right. You all right?"
Do we have a therapist in the village?
Bleeding from
We do.
Bogtash. He's got, and he just kind of points to
Very
Kane's leg, and it's
progressive
just
village.
Look
riddled
over
with
there.
like small glass shards and bits of small like sharp metal that are just embedded in his leg.
Patents for sure.
He's basically bleeding from like the middle of his thigh on the side all the way down to like his ankle. Just a bunch of tiny holes where the shards are in.
I'll go
I
over
stop
there.
rowing either.
Uh,
I'm
this
not freaking out.
this might hurt, but we need to get those out of your leg. I'm just gonna try to use some light healing magic
That'd be kinda
and then
sweet.
kind of pull things out as I can,
Yeah.
and then I'll like aid it up and I'll use my battle medic thing with the charge of that. So I don't know
Okay.
how much health you lost, but you can get a hit
For
dice back.
the healing, are you doing an actual like magic?
Sure. We can do it that way.
Okay.
I'll do cure wounds.
All right. You took what, 12 damage, right?
9 reduced damage, so 9.
9.
Yeah.
I didn't roll for the first fireball. No, we're good.
I think just with the bare minimum, you can heal you for like 6.
60 bare minimum. That guy's OP.
Oh, he's got his bonuses. You'll heal for 9 for sure.
Yeah.
What's 15 health?
You went double ones.
That's my guess.
15.
15? Yeah.
He just knows.
You're sitting there. You initially just kind of like take your hand over the spots. So you go through and you grab like the bigger shards very
Like
quickly.
walking them on the
You feel it,
head.
like, slide down. It gets to a point where there's just a bunch of tiny little puncture holes, and you start to push your hand across. And as you're healing it, it's not like healing from the top down. It kind of goes this way, or like inside out. So it like pushes all of those little shards and shit out to where he's got a bunch of like tiny scar-like holes there where it all hit. But a lot of it, you can hear like the tinging, like the glass hitting and the metal hitting the wood on the ground as your hand like rides across, and it's just like. But you are fully healed back up. Still kind of just, you see him just still sitting there fucking rolling.
I'm going home. I'm fucking going home. Last time I leave the village, I'm tired of this shit.
I'm retiring.
Yeah. You want to go on a weekend fishing trip? Call me. I'm not going to the desert again.
We'll follow you. Lead the way.
We will.
You grabbed bear deer upstairs, dude. That was left of him, dude.
Bear beer?
Yep.
They're coming back down with a steak.
It's the bear deer way.
How long is it gonna take us to get back?
7 years.
Oh wait, don't we have to like go around a waterfall or some shit too?
We have to like climb up the beach, basically.
Oh, okay.
Roll up the waterfall.
So
Yeah, he's in that kind of mood.
you do know, like going back, that there is some sort of high and low tide that's at the edge of the lake that
Oh, yeah.
poured into the ocean. So you can get into it. You just have to do it at the correct time to where you would be able to like actually
okay.
get into the lake. When you did too, you had to hug like to the middle of the actual channel too because of the depth kind of discrepancy on both sides. But you know it's doable, and as long as you know it, you're not trying to like do what it seems other people have done and try to just like send it up it, where it looks like you could probably make it, but you just have to fight the current.
Boom.
But once it's actually calm and not running down, you'll be able to be roll through it, because trying it prior to that is what seemed to have caused the boats to wreck and like break the hull of their boat, and then they start taking on water, and that's where all of those shipwrecks were. So you're confident you know how to actually traverse and get through back to the village.
You got a pad of paper?
It's an office pad.
What are you gonna do with that?
Right.
As you can see, I've taken many a note.
That's bigger than
Come some
To be
slack,
fair,
it's new.
I did get it last
that's
week.
bigger than his whole Zach's free notebook. All his notes.
That one piece of paper he would pull out anytime.
The one piece of paper that was just like a fucking.
You need like
random
a
sentence.
instead of a notebook, you just need like a scroll.
He's like, wait, did I lose this thing?
It was chronological. It was all in order of how things
True.
happened. Except when he would get a new item and then erase randomly in the middle of the fucking.
Jared, you know you have binder rings in there, right? And those have binder holes.
I don't want to deal with it. I'm
I
gonna
think
be
it's
honest.
okay. It's in there nice.
If it's in the binder rings, I can't swap them out
Are you
quick.
gonna use it? Or
Let's write down what just happened.
TBD.
Also, get your fucking rings up before I come here, dude. Because
We will.
I'm not staying here 4 days with only fucking
So you
juice
got a weak
boxes in there.
selection.
We'll get it hooked up.
I'll leave. I'll do it.
Now you're prison here for
Yeah.
fucking 96 hours, dude.
I'm not fucking with that. Try to pull it out.
So how long is it gonna take us to get back?
7 years.
it's-
Dude, you don't listen.
I'm pretty confident that it's at least 4 days of travel on the ocean to like get back to Skalavik, like
Okay.
all the other.
I think we camped 1 or 2 times getting to the ocean.
Yeah. So and you guys had to wait like a whole night before. Like
Yeah.
it took you like close to a week to leave from where you were, get all the way down, wait for the tide to be appropriate,
this-
like camped in the swamp the one night, and then came kind of back out. So like, if you're just on a straight path heading back, you know the route, you know like the, you know, hardships I guess or obstacles rather along the way. Like you have a way better idea of how to get back as opposed to like this blind journey into whatever. So I'd say it'll take you at most 5 days to
Are you
return.
factoring in the camels rolling or rowing?
Yeah, they're rowing.
I'm just saying, like
They got a
My question would be, are they rowing with their feet or their mouths?
both.
Their humps. They're
That's
putting
gonna put
they're
the-
putting the ends of the
between their
paddles
humps and they
between
just
their
go-
humps, and then they're just kind of walk back and forth.
Yeah. Free labor.
My humps.
We aren't feeding them for nothing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They're really just big water skins. Papa's drawing that up like a Capri Sun.
Okay.
You gotta switch to the river sound, dude.
Yeah, we're not on the beach. Whoa!
Are we in deep waters
How
or
deep
the river,
are we?
dude?
That was not what I thought it was.
That works. I didn't even know
That's cheating.
I didn't even know I was on a ship until this one.
No, it's just at the beach.
Everything
and then
makes sense
drowning in the middle of the water.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys do have. At this point, it's probably only
Say
a
be
while.
a tad lower.
The sound
What
is
is that?
it's so different. With
It's so realistic.
It
It's
sounded
like
like we were
we're
at the fucking sea. It was pretty good.
So for you guys, the actual travel, like to get back to the estuary of the lake, is probably only a day's worth. Like, because you can see it in the distance. It's more or less just actual rowing and having a good wind behind you to get you there fast enough. And if the wind stays where it's at, it's not really blowing against you and it's not really blowing for you. It's kind of more at the side. So you guys, this is another thing too. Like you guys are really, you're not like the first ones, but recently, as of late, like you're the most recent like seafaring of your people. To where like there's a lot of shit that you're learning. Like you're used to being on like a small fishing boat, the smaller boats that you guys have with the sails and oars and like manipulating them in the way that you do. But being on the ocean is a whole different game. Like everything is just difficult and there's more danger with each thing that you must like do. The current's a little harder to read. You're having to use the wind a lot more than you would when you're on the river because the river has so much current to it that you kind of naturally know where it's going to try to take you and what you're going to have to resist against. The current on the river is not such a strong thing that it's like constantly pulling you down where you have to like row for your life if you're going in the opposite direction. It's just a little harder. But you're starting to realize out here, you can't really tell when you're far enough out in the actual ocean, like where the actual current is at, because there's so many of them that are mixed just based on the different depths. They're constant, but the way that you're traveling across, it's hard for you to remember like in which area of the ocean that the current is actually pulling you in a certain way. So you're just more or less relying upon the wind and your strength when it comes to rowing the actual boats. You guys leading the way, being the kind of front boat, you guys stay pretty close to one another. The weather's quite calm. It's a little choppy, like you're getting splashed from the sea and everything constantly. You're not by any means seasick, but you feel that kind of uneasy feeling, the boat just kind of constantly tossing. It's better that you can see the land in the distance, to where like the lake kind of feeds into. The actual distance that you have to travel is hard to gauge, so you're more or less, you're kind of excited and ready to get back, but you're not trying to like rush anything and put yourself in a tough situation. When you're looking toward the land of like where you have to head, sorry, this would be like a day of travel, because I remember before you guys could only really see part of the land that you got to from like the far edge that you were looking at. So like you got about a day and a half's worth of travel before you can really see the land and have a direction for it. But like even when you get to that point, so we'll just kind of move ahead to that, to where you can see that waterfall kind of estuary from Lake Fjord at the edge there, like north of you. It's kind of more northwest. And then when you look kind of south or southwest, looking out into the Source Sea, it's just this huge expanse of deep blue ocean. A bit of it gives you a little curiosity as well as like respect for it, like understanding that brief travel that you're taking from like here to here, knowing that there could be more like out that way, but the danger accompanied with it, you know, it's just one of those things where it's an option, but it's just something that's like not really on your radar right now. It's just this quick thought you have looking out at it before you come back toward the land. This travel on sea doesn't really give anybody time to like just sit and kind of relax and be. You're basically either resting and kind of like drinking and eating, or you're rowing or tending to sails or the rudder of the boat. You're not really in this moment where it's just kind of lackadaisical, especially because, like I said, it's not like treacherous waters, but you're getting, you know, 4 or so foot high swells that are causing there to be some splash over the side of the boat kind of tossing, and there's even moments where you're having to hold on to sort of things where the boat kind of gets up on its side a little bit and just kind of splashes about. But looking around, you're not seeing any storms that seem to be approaching. You feel confident in your guys' ability to get up to the actual estuary where the lake pours into the ocean.
Can I, as we travel, I know you said there's not a lot of downtime, but maybe when I'm resting, can I start compiling some notes or ideas for Egrin, I think is the dockworker guy?
Egrin, yeah.
For things I think would improve, especially if this is going to be like an ocean vessel, things that I think would maybe improve or make things easier when we're out at sea.
Yeah. So Egrin is the brother of the guy that built the boat.
Oh, maybe
Egrin is the one that works on the dock,
Mm-hmm.
but the individual that made the boat is Helmand.
Oh, Helmand.
Yeah, Helmand is his brother.
Okay, for him then.
and a lot of the stuff that you yourself like realize and notice, like to take note of to give to him. You also realize that he's not really like an actual like he is the boat builder. Like he is,
But he's not
like a ship type builder. Like he's built like the fishing boats and such. But as far as like a ship builder goes, like he has the woodworking knowledge and the craftsmanship to be able to make it happen.
Yeah.
But you definitely notice like being out here, there is a lot of stuff that you could improve on and make different.
Okay.
You do notice though that your boat, as far as it goes on the sea, handles way better than the other one, especially when you guys encountered that storm before and they were taking on so much water.
Yeah.
Okay. But yes, you sure can jot that stuff down. All right. So you guys get to the edge right there of that lake. The timing of it works out pretty well for you guys to where excuse me, the tide is like coming in to where it's going to be high and you'll be able to make your way through. But if you want, it's kind of up to you to decide if you want to do so or if you feel confident in your ability to weave the boat through the channel in the middle. But you can tell there's still probably like 3 or 4 hours left of it being able to like rise to its full potential to where you can see like on the edges of it where the rocks are kind of wet, that salt line kind of sits on it, the water's a lot more brackish, to where you got probably like 3 or 4 more feet of it to rise up before you can just safely and confidently go straight through the middle, or you can just push through right now and try to like narrow your way through the center part of the channel.
Should we ask?
There's no wait.
Ask what the Jarl wants.
Just wait.
You're all following us.
He did say lead the way. Did we ever do a swap of our members back from?
No, I'm still on the other boat. I don't even want to come back.
Let's hope we don't have like a weird double full moon kind of thing happen.
Turn into a bear, steal the book, run away. Boom.
He said we could take it back to the village.
Kill them all. They won't see it coming.
I think we should wait.
Yeah.
Why take a risk if we don't need to?
We don't need to. I think we'll just keep going.
We're not a bunch of pussies on the Jarl ship.
Yeah,
What are
no,
you doing?
I'm saying yeah, we should wait here until it rises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys just kind of like slow up the boat. You're more or less kind of like drifting out into the ocean every now and then as it's rising, but you just roll yourself back in a little bit to where you're kind of floating in that little bay that was there. You can see random rocks that are kind of jutted out like a little further out that if you're not paying attention to, like once the tide gets higher and higher, especially if it gets up to its full point, there are some that are really hidden underneath the water that you have to watch out for. So you guys just kind of stay in this safe space of lining yourself up with the middle of the channel every time, and like you make that known to everybody as well, like across the boats, like staying in that kind of sweet spot where you can just kind of orient up the middle of the channel and be into the lake. Those 4 hours or so of time while you're sitting there, if there's anything anybody wants to do within that time frame, you can. If not, you can just kind of wait it out and then we'll push through to that.
Get me home, brother.
Country road. I think Steiner probably, while we're waiting, would go for one last swim in the ocean before heading back to the village.
Okay.
We've been waiting for this chance. As soon as he gets out the boat, we leave him.
Go, go, go!
Fly!
Shit. He can fly and throw fireballs. Maybe we don't leave that guy.
He'll probably swim and for a bit.
Near a river.
And then let
He's
himself
got everything.
kind of sink into the water and just kind of say a prayer to the spirits. Well, we're near a river, but we're not right next to it.
We're not on the river. The river's like over there, you know.
Yeah, to put D&D after it. That's just a regular lake, not a D&D lake.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need
They're
D&D
different.
lake.
Good point.
Yeah. Damn, how hard is it to just be next to a lake? Might have to do lake
Let's
shore.
do a dark forest.
Fishing village. Forest Lake.
It's like dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Sure. This isn't ambient.
This is soothing sleep meditation music.
Nobody better fucking fall asleep yet.
Oh shit! Dude, me music got me. Me.
Alright. Honk shoe.
Well, this one you turn up so we can.
Okay. The tide eventually rises, and you make your way back into the lake. You know that there's a pretty long time frame before the tide goes back out, so you're not like in any sort of rush to get through, but you have a lot more room for error in this moment as opposed to trying to go 4 hours sooner. So you have no issues weaving your way through this opening here. The lake itself is much easier to travel across than the ocean, as you've seen before. There's not like a super strong current in this lake, feeling it from the surface of it as opposed to like being in the actual water. You can feel the pull in the area that you first enter from, where those kind of ships are all broken down and all that refuse and stuff is floating about in the lake there. But once you row your way out of that, you can basically just like float around with the wind. So you're basically just contesting the wind more than anything, as
We
opposed
gotta
to
stay to the right side of this lake.
yes,
Our right side, going up the river.
right, yeah. You do know that the eastern side of the lake is more of like a swamp forest portion, as opposed to the west side that had that rocky shore to it. So remembering that, and Steiner kind of bringing it up, and when he does, you also, it kind of clicks to where you just keep your heading on that east side of the lake and pushing up. You are immediately like next to that swamp that you originally had kind of camped near. You don't really have any sort of reason to stop unless you would like to, but you guys have your supplies. Another thing that I will say is, like, now in this moment, you can see a couple of people, Lauf on your guys' boat being one of them that starts to kind of do it, where he's going through, like, a lot of your guys' supplies and shit were, like, tossed across the floor, and, like, a lot of stuff has water all
He's
over it.
looting,
Like,
is what you're saying.
He's just, like, moving stuff around and getting it out of the way, like, the middle of the floor, because on the ocean, you guys were kind of glued to your seats and, like, rowing or, like, just switching positions, as opposed to now where it's a little bit more of, like, a leisurely voyage back. The ocean being somewhere where you were fighting both the wind and the current. On the lake, you're basically just against the wind, so whatever way the wind's going, you're kind of using that to your advantage or fighting against it at your disadvantage. And then, you know, once you get to the river, you're kind of more fighting the current than you are the wind, but the wind is still definitely playing a factor in it. So you're traveling without issue right now on the lake, and like I said, it's a lot more leisurely.
This is like a cruise.
It's probably like 2 days worth on the actual lake itself, just because you're not having all of the assistance from the sea kind of pushing you forward up into the lake. And now that you're on the lake, you're having to do a lot more work, like rowing in the direction that you would like to go, as opposed to letting the wind take you.
69. I could tell it wasn't 100, so I was like, there's only one other number he's showing him. Can't say 420 on that dice.
I got an actual 1.
You got a 1?
I got a 1.
Damn. Roll one more time, you're gonna get the 100.
If I go from 69 to 1 to 100,
You win.
I win.
I don't know what you win, but you won something.
Okay, so you guys have 3 days of travel. Well, at this point, it's probably about 2.5 before you reach Feldby. Feldby, once you make your way there, so Olga, Lauf, and Darren are the 3 individuals from here that basically were along the journey with you guys. Lauf kind of speaks up on their behalf. You can see in the distance as you're approaching, like I said, when you first arrived to Feldby, there was much of it that you really couldn't see. It's kind of been like a swampy bog in a way. They didn't really provide a boat either. You can see that they have small, like, kind of rafts and very high-sitting vessels because of the way that the swamp is, to where they can get through much thinner or much shallower water.
Those jackasses.
Once you
couldn't
arrive
hold the boat.
over there, you're kind of basically just like in this area on the shore itself, to where it's kind of mushy, kind of murky mud, where they have to get out from because they don't have like this large dock that you can kind of go up to, or the depth of the hull of your boat doesn't get you quite close enough, so there's just kind of like this platform that has a bunch of random rafts next to it, and then deeper into the swamp itself by a couple of these larger kind of cypress trees. There are small little huts and stuff that are back there, and you can see much of them, like I said before, are built up on these stilts, like stilt-like foundations. They're not like super solid, but they're at least strong enough for them to like live in this environment, and they kind of thrive on it and such. And you can see much in the distance, like as you're trying to make out what you can. The majority of houses have some sort of like tanning section to them, or like supplies out near them. There's a lot of animals that are like hung up in the distance, like drying out. They seem to be like more hunter-gatherers than anything, and they are known for like all their leather work. So you're trying to make out what details you can, but like I said, much of their houses are kind of up on stilts.
They got gators sitting there?
Could be. Lauf, as he, like I said, speaks on everybody there's behalf.
They really are.
Jarl, how would you like us to proceed?
The fuck out the boat.
Well, it'll be up to you. I'll send word to my seer to head to Skolobek. If you'd like to do the same, yours could make their way up. But I don't think there's much we're going to be doing with this here book. But, as I said, I personally do not know much about it, so we'll all make a decision together.
We'll just, I mean, we had like a couple different treasure chests, didn't we? Are they taking some of that too?
Yeah, you can see some of that's being like divvied up.
Distributed, yeah.
There's not really like a set number that was counted out or anything. They're more or less just like
Fill up the chest.
I think we're not doing a whole lot of
crate
that
or
work.
something like of shit, and then
This
just
is
send them on
anybody.
their way.
We should summon a beholder. I heard they're helpful.
We might be able to do that with that book. We haven't read all the stuff out of it yet.
That's true.
Helped in our last campaign.
Olga kind of walks over to you as they're getting ready. They get much of their supplies taken. You can see Lauf and Darren go over and grab a raft that they kind of bring over just as like a surface. They have these long sticks that they're just kind of like pushing at the bottom of the kind of swamp area with to move around instead of like an actual paddle, because it just seems to work better.
Mm-hmm.
They butt it up to the side of the boat where they get some of their supplies or whatever may be left, as well as grabbing a crate and then just like picking through some of the chests, grabbing gems and random gold and just kind of filling up a crate with that. As they're sitting there and they're doing that, she kind of seems to have most of her supplies as she's grabbing them and setting them down. She walks over towards you and kind of just like reaches a hand out. Not sure when I'll see you again, but spirits will bring us together, I'm sure.
Little peck on the cheek.
You're always welcome in Skolvik.
You too in Feldby.
My bad.
He ain't never coming here.
I don't know, the raft might be for me.
Spirits keep you, bone cloaks.
You as well.
You can see Lauf makes his way over to both Sigrid and Kane. Kind of embraces the two of them very quickly.
You guys each get a quick
See you
peck on the
soon,
chin.
nephews.
They kiss each other on the lips.
Handshakes for the women, open mouth tongue kisses for the men.
All of a sudden, maybe the Viking culture is not my thing.
To each their own, it's still
I love
Pretty
it. Like,
gay.
culture.
It's weird, dude.
That's the straightest thing you can do.
Kissing your homies.
Only good night, dude. Not goodbye.
Whenever you want.
You must be a homie in training still.
You're still learning, you'll get there one day.
I I'm not from here. Sorry.
It's a different culture.
I missed that part of the fucking
You wouldn't
orientation.
understand.
You ever see that Borat thing where he's like, it's like him becoming a gentleman?
Oh yeah.
He kisses all the men and then shakes the hands of the women as he goes through. Because he's like, how do I become a gentleman? And then he like gets it twisted. That'd be you guys kissing the boys and shaking the girls.
Okay, not the boys. The men. Okay,
Yeah.
we're not kissing no
It's
boys.
a men thing.
Like the BOIS, dude, the boys.
Okay, no, that's fair.
Jared just has to make sure because he's a little sus.
What?
Alright. With that, the goodbyes and such are said very quickly, and you begin to head up the river back to Skolvik
player
at
you
this
did?
point.
Should we?
Let's not playing AD bars to stay as far away from it as possible.
Do we know if the seer was going to come from here? Would they kind of come with their own entourage, or should we wait for them here?
You'd imagine they just come with their own entourage.
How are they gonna fucking get there? Walk them? It's gonna take them 3 weeks to get here.
They have their boats, same way they got there before.
He doesn't want to just catch a raft.
I thought they didn't have boats. That was part of the problem.
No, they got.
like rafts.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
That's fine for the river, but
Man.
not for those.
Yeah, they just didn't have anything for the sea.
What are you even here for?
They were supposed to build a boat and they didn't. What are they here for?
Yeah, you can definitely tell that they took a smaller portion of the treasure, just because they didn't really contribute as
They want
much.
a book? We got an extra one.
Fuck, I
We-
just like try to take them.
I've been scribing a second book the whole time.
He's like copying out of it. He's like, dude, this is good stuff. This is good
When they
stuff.
destroy that book, I'll have my book.
This has Evil Book 2 on it.
At this point, when they are kind of transferring and moving stuff around, you guys are more than welcome to transfer bodies to other boats.
We're putting the animals on their boat.
He's scared to come back.
They're taking up a lot of
It's
space.
just Fjoldir,
That's
Bor,
fine, you
and
can go back to
Gorndal on their boat. So you could,
See,
put a
really
camel over
just
there or whatever. They do
Alright,
have.
I'll flip boats, I guess, if I have to.
There goes all the horsepower from that boat.
They have the 2 horses, right?
Oh,
We got a
they do
bunch
have
of
horsepower.
They have
One horse
They
is
have
about
both of
7
the horses,
horsepower.
and that was it as far as I am. You guys have the 2 camels.
I don't know if you
Yep.
knew that.
One horse is 7 horsepower?
Yeah,
Basically,
look it
the
up.
way that you
Google
position the animals, they basically are just like hunkered down, like laying down in the boat. They're not just like able to get up and walk
That's
around all
ChatGPT.
willy nilly.
What do you say?
Can I train the animals to pee off the side of the boat?
No, they just
Just been pissing
we
on
got
the
like a
boat.
fucking layer.
He's got a bucket.
Brody, we need to clean the mess up.
Oh.
You guys let this piss build up. Piss isn't good when it sits this long.
It's sour piss now.
He said, I'm drinking as fast as I can.
All right.
This guy.
We're just gonna fast forward
Whoa!
Oh shit.
to.
Playing a game.
We put on FTK, dude.
Yeah.
I won. We're streaming.
We're couch playing.
Billy
doing
gets
it
to name all the characters this time.
Let's just leave that at that.
Whoa!
I see what he's doing here.
He's killing us.
That's FTK.
He just started it up.
Yup. Baldur's Gate 3. We're about to play our campaign in there.
You begin to arrive
And
back
if
to
you
the
set that up,
village.
it'd be crazy.
The closer you get, the more familiar you are and know like where you are. Even being on the river itself, on the Brecca, you're very comfortable with your surroundings.
Feels so good to be back.
Hey, grab me that sacred.
Sacred? It's just in a bowl in the fridge, or you can warm it up. I mean, we probably only got like an hour and a half or so.
We're back here?
Yep, we're in the temple.
Gotcha.
again. We never left.
It was
All
all
this
a
was a
dream!
We all wake up in here, chained to the wall.
As soon as I touched the book, it fucking just entranced us.
And then we went back to the temple.
Okay.
Ah, there's fire on the water.
Oh, okay.
Is it my stuff left?
Oh, wait. Oh. Oh.
Oh,
It's all slowly loading.
it's loading in.
This is me when I open Baldur's Gate.
Everything loading in
Like-
sections.
Yeah, it's so messed up, man. It'll be nothing, and then all of a sudden, oh, I see a faint outline of the land.
Okay. We'll go over a lot of this when we're getting into here. But initially, as you begin to approach Skalavik itself, you can see that there is. Where do I have that open? You guys make your presence known as you approach, and you can see several people kind of meeting you by the shore as you begin to approach. All of the treasure right now is basically on the Jarl Gorndal's boat. But once you begin to get up toward the shore, you can see as you're getting closer, Agrin is working the dock, and he takes one of the boats that are kind of tucked over, like out more where you're coming from, and basically unties it, and then with the help of a few other people gets it to roll around to the other side where he ties it off there instead, to where you can just kind of pull the boat up and in.
Let's go.
You see the three kind of younger children that are within your village are kind of running along the shore there. Frey, as well as Balg, who is the younger kind of gnomish child.
Yep.
And Yurt, the individual that you kind of originally encountered.
You heard my name?
You get up to the actual dock. You can see a lot of people there kind of waiting. Your mother and father, as well as Secret's there, kind of in the distance as they hear much of the commotion of people returning. Everybody starts to kind of meet out that way. You can tell that there's not like everybody here, as most of the time, anytime somebody arrives into the village, the Jarl doesn't typically come to meet them at the shore. They stay within the safety of the longhouse and kind of where they are comfortable, and whoever's there out of respect kind of just goes there to meet them there. So you're assuming when you arrive here, that is the place that you are going to head to, essentially.
Yeah.
Many of the supplies from your guys' boat gets offloaded. The boat that has the stuff from Gatland does not. You guys make a wagon readily available to kind of get brought over to there, to where you can place the treasure upon it to be divvied out later. It doesn't seem like he's like just divvying it right here. He's just like putting it all on the wagon right now. Agrin doesn't really say much to you guys as he sees you. You can see that there is Helmand who approaches, the boat builder and kind of woodworker, kind of carpenter of your guys' village. Looks like it made it back in one piece. Glad to see you all. Spirits praise that you're here.
Yeah, great to see you.
How did it hold up?
Well, we're here.
Better than the others.
That's true.
Glad to hear it. You can also see, just kind of near where you guys are right now, Hjarld. He's kind of one of the other farmers who also tends to was kind of tending to the stables and
Yeah, I
such
forgot
while
about
you
my
were
boy
gone.
Jarl, dude.
Yeah, he is here right now as well.
Can we jump out already?
If you would like to,
I'm
yes.
jumping out right away.
He said, "Get me on land."
I'm just taking it in. I feel so happy.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see in the distance, like your homes, like immediately for you, Kane, your house being right there.
Your house is gone.
Blew away.
They replaced it.
The big bad wolf came and huffed and puffed and blew it away.
Big Bad Wolf
I
wasn't
gotta
home.
be a new character now.
Alright, let's make our way to the hall here.
Yep, let's do it.
They take the book.
It is early within the morning. He still has on his shoulder that he's carrying. Boar is actually carrying it for him. The actual bag, you're assuming, that has the book within it.
Assuming.
You guys make your way back to the long hall. Once you get to about here, you notice something that catches your eye just because you are not quite used to seeing it. You see several tents that are set up over here in this open space.
There used to be forest over there,
As
dude.
well as this constructed, what appears to be some sort of mill of sorts. You can't really tell exactly how this works. Like outside of D&D, like you understand, like some sort of sawmill will have like running water through this that causes the blade inside of here, like kind of up and down type of deal. From the distance, you can't really tell how much of this is made, but you can see tons of. I didn't really get to lay all the miscellaneous stuff around, but wood and such, like logs that are here, planks that are being able to be split. You knew that there was some sort of lumber yard or mill being constructed while you guys were gone before, but it seems to be done now at this point when you made your way back, and you can see a lot of wood that has been cut down, especially from this large opening where there, like you said, like you remember being able to just see this forest that butted up basically to the back of this, to where now there is this large kind of open space, as well as several tents out here of a lot of people that you don't recognize, maybe like 20 or so even. 20's probably pushing it. I'd say like 15 or so people that are over there.
You got new neighbors, dude.
Yeah, what the hell? I didn't approve of this.
Part of an HOA now.
Yeah.
This
We got a monthly fee now.
Do they look Viking?
It's kind of hard to tell. Like you can't really see them very well from the distance that
Do I
you're
smell-
walking from.
They smell Viking.
I already got a note on the door.
I
My
have
grass
Viking
is too
quality
long.
tips.
That's
only
high
reality.
quality.
It's
That's
only
high
reality.
quality.
Let me change this.
That smells like Vikings.
Put a cup in front of them. Right below them.
Yeah.
Push into this cup. I need to just
I gotta check something.
I'm not drinking that. That's not Viking piss.
like a Viking, like a piss taster instead of a wine taster. Shaking it around in the glass.
Swirling. He's got a fancy glass.
Good.
Spits it. Vintage.
Dehydrated.
Maybe he died.
Make your way back to
I'm a doctor.
Skalaheim, which is the name of your long hall here.
Yeah.
Once you make your way inside, you can see Jarl Ragnvald standing to the far side, accompanied by who you can see his son, Zelfjorn. His wife is standing there as well, Katala. You can see Gimdal as well.
He's a beast.
Would it be like customary? I know that that's like the first thing we gotta do is go back to the longhouse. Or
Yeah.
Like, okay. I was gonna say otherwise I'd stop at my house first. But
Yeah, no, you know that it would be, you almost like have to, out of respect, anytime you are gone and come back, like you check in at the long haul so he's aware of like what's going on and he's not like surprised by information. Like information goes directly to him from whoever basically is giving it, not like a word of mouth kind of thing. Like, hey, did you hear who's back? Like, especially with the journey you went on and the importance of it, like there is just like this sense of duty almost to go and report to him in a way,
Am I
out of
still
respect and everything. too.
Cross-eyed and have a headache?
You still have a headache. You were never cross-eyed.
I'm cross-eyed.
He just added that.
Yeah,
You do still have head trauma.
Like I'm like we home yet? Where we are?
This guy's gotten much happier.
Many of the villagers make their way over to the long haul. This time of year, you're kind of in like the end of spring for how long? So initially, like when the ice first broke is when you left, so it was still kind of colder. But now you're like toward the middle, like end of spring, to where much of the time during this time of year, the doors are open. There's a lot of like airflow throughout the long haul as opposed to like a fire roaring in and keeping it insulated. So once you kind of approach,
Yeah, we just
Much
walked
of-
in dripped up, didn't we?
Much of the village
Got
is
fucking hats.
outfits.
much of the village, if not all of it, makes their way to the long haul itself. The Jarl kind of sitting over to the far side.
Are we carrying gold in?
Yes.
How many chests of gold do we have?
It was, I believe you guys
There's
had
a lot of stuff that we're
two
putting in.
different chests that you carried out of there.
Yeah.
So I'd say that you have both of those chests still. Both of them are not as heavy as they were because you offloaded some of it to the individuals in Feldby. You didn't really lose any of it through like traveling, so you still have everything that you took.
Oh, there was a point where I was just throwing gold over the side.
I'm sure.
It's like,
I was catching it though. I was like, why does it do this?
But we have brought like everything, so am I like carrying my wheel?
If you wanted to leave that at like the boat, you could have. But whatever
You
you
gotta
thought
bring
or
the
you
wheel.
would have wanted to bring out here, I'd say
You
that
all
you
need
would.
That's all I would be carrying.
I'll have when we get off the boat. I'll have directed Jarl to grab the animals and get them situated while we head into
Jarl, yeah, he can grab. Yeah, he definitely does. So it's a little easier to get them to step up over the side of the boat onto the dock, but it takes some doing, and he takes the time to just basically walk them all kind of over.
Yeah.
He's like,
Can you explain the camels?
"What the hell is this thing here?"
Do we know that they're called camels?
Yeah.
It's a camel. It's a desert horse. It's the best way I could describe it.
Very well.
most disrespectful thing you could say to a camel.
How's their temperament? And he's kind of like reaching toward it.
They're very calm.
Spit
Yeah,
at
he's
Almost.
just able to like kind of
Spits
pet
right
it like
in
on
his
the nose.
Almost calmer than
That
horses
lets him.
most of the time.
passes out
Very
for
well.
the water.
Kind of assisted out. You can also see kind of near him
Just kidding.
Yurt.
Got him.
Yurt is the probably of all of
Yurt.
the kids within here that you know about. He's the oldest one. He's probably, like I said before, like you guys, like maybe 9 or so. Probably 8 or 9. He seems to help Jarl just kind of without even like really being prompted. Just like walks over and takes like a rope lead and like puts it onto the sheep and is like walking behind him, following him as he has like 2 of the horses walking him back.
Make sure to get some fresh hay for those horses. They're a little malnourished.
You got it.
The camels, they don't really need much, but just make sure they got some food and water.
I'll find a empty stable for him.
If you get thirsty, just slam a straw in there.
All right. You begin making your way, all of you, to the long hall. And as I said, those individuals are there, kind of awaiting. You can see Jarl Ragnvald is kind of sitting back in the chair that he's in. His arms kind of put up on in this kind of off-kiltered manner, to where one's a little bit higher than the other, as he's like leaning back on the chair, and the one's just like slightly resting on the arm of the chair.
Classic Jarl pose.
You, as you enter and make yourselves up toward the front, you guys are basically like walking into where it's Jarl Gorndal and then Bor and Brodir walking in just behind him in stride carrying the chests. He kind of walks up and kind of places his hand up toward his chest and kind of ducks down a little bit toward Ragnvald. Ragnvald does the same to him, kind of sitting in the seat, just like very slightly, does a little bit of a bow. Jarl Ragnvald, I'm pleased to report that we were quite fruitful in our journeys here. He just kind of gestures back toward Bor and Brodir, who set down the chests and open up the lids to reveal much of the gold inside. Ragnvald kind of sits up and stands and looks. By the spirits, it is the most gold I've ever seen. He kind of stands up and then looks once more, walks over and kind of reaches his hand into it, letting it fall down to the side. You can see that he is a quite large, like muscular individual, so his stature next to Gorndal is much different, but Gorndal still stands there, like, with pride. There is something else, Jarl. And he reaches towards Bor, who takes the bag and kind of gestures it over toward him. At this point, Gorndal reaches in and pulls the book from inside, just handing it over to
Dude, don't even know shit.
handing it over to Ragnvald, basically. There is much that occurred along the journey. I myself tended to the camp and made sure that our resources were well looked after, while your bone cloaks headed much of the spear. the charge into the lands that we had traveled. We traveled very far across the sea, raging waters, storms, before finding a shore of sand, and much more sand beyond that, a desert. It was there that your bone cloaks encountered a different peoples, a civilization buried within the desert. They were unique in their ways, much like we are here adapting to our environment. But these people of the desert itself being called Amatala, they had enlisted your fellow bone cloaks in retrieving this book. It was told by me from your Viking stat. This book was intended to be used by this gleaming council within the desert to use it to lift a curse set upon their home. Your individual, he kind of points over toward Voltash, and you can see him kind of almost fumbling on remembering your name for a moment before he goes. Voltash, as well as Steiner, looked into this book a little bit and didn't glean too much from it, but enough to decide that its power was not probably leaning more toward removing curses as it would be inflicting them. It was decided amongst all of us unanimously in that moment that we would return home with this book, as leaving it in their hands probably was not for the best. In our attempts to leave, there were some riders that came. I'm not sure exactly what their intent was, but we were in a hurry to leave and they were preventing us from doing so. Do not know if they meant to capture us, or even if they knew that we had the book, or if their intention was to imprison those of us at the camp, so when your bone cloaks here return, that they would have no choice but to return the book to them. So I do believe that we made the right choice in doing so. There is a chance that we lost out on an ally across the sea there within the desert, but, as I said, we were all in the same mindset of leaving when we did. Well, it appears that you did well enough, and I am glad by the spirits that you have all returned safe. Much has happened here as well, much of which I'm sure bores you here, Gorndal, but he kind of looks beyond Gorndal, like addressing all of you, individually starts to walk up to each one of you, and you've done well, thank you. Reaches his hand out towards you, Kane, and kind of has like a moment where he looks at you for a little bit of extended period of time, and then picks you in, and then starts to walk over to everybody else. Voltash, glad you're back. Steiner,
Good to be back.
good to see you, my friend. Rodir,
I'll put the chest down.
you already would have had it.
Okay.
Kind of walks over. It is good to see you, my big friend. Sigrid, you as well. He kind of reaches his hand out and kind of embraces him and pulls him in.
Shake yourself.
Yeah. As for you, Jarl Gorndal, I appreciate all of the work you have done, and I'm sure that you led everyone valiantly and with honor. What is it now that you propose and that we must do? He, Ragnvald kind of goes back over to the chair where he sits in the same pose that he was, comfortably, kind of leaned back.
I need to get me one of those shoes.
I do believe that we will, I will be sending a letter over to my seer. I'll be sending back Fjoldir here by horse. He can make his way up, retrieve the seer, and return. It may be 2 or 3 days, but I do believe that it is important for not only my seer, but yours as well too. And at this point, you can hear this kind of like clicking wood of the staff that is hitting down onto the ground. You see walking in fully cloaked over the top of his head, never ever seeing any of his actual features. You've only ever seen his hands, and in the same fashion, kind of hunched over, holding on to this gnarled kind of bone staff that is etched with several runes. You can see sitting kind of forward more on the staff as he's kind of like almost like looking down. He begins to walk forward. The room itself falls a bit silent, but Gorndal continues his speech as he does not feel the need to stop his sentence as the approaching of the seer. It is in our best interest to have both of our seers examine this book for what its either potentials or dangers could be. This was an idea put forward by our fellow Vikings here. At this point, the seer makes his way in, just this very slight like click every step that he takes. No urgency, no pushing forward, no slow-paced walk, just this very
He Willy Wonka's us.
average tempo of walking in. He Ragnvald is still kind of like holding that book in the opposite hand of whatever. Makes his way over to where he's basically like holding the book and has the one arm up, and then the one arm's just kind of down as he's sitting like this, like holding the book in front of him. The seer begins walking over, and as Gorndal's kind of speaking, he lets him continue speaking while he looks over to the seer, who has made his way up to the front of like where Ragnvald is, to where he like you can hear this like very very faint like kind of whispering of like. And he's like reaching his hand forward. At this point, the Jarl hands the book over to the seer, who takes the book and kind of looks toward the cover of it. So one hand on the staff, one on the book as he's looking at it, kind of begins to inspect the sides of it before he tucks it up into his shoulder and kind of looks around and turns back toward Gorndal and the rest of you. There is much of this book that you do not know. I myself, not your seer either, Jarl Gondor. I myself have the knowledge and the know-how of this book to be able to decipher and protect it as needed.
He said he does.
I deem that this book stay here in the protection of Skulvik under my care. Gorndal kind of do not agree with this sentiment. This is not, as I have been told by your fellow Vikings, that this book is powerful. It contains much magic within it. That in the wrong hands, and then at this point Ragnvald kind of leans forward. You believe our hands are the wrong hands.
Oh shit.
Sure fucking felt that way when you took the book from me.
It is not what I meant to say, Jarl. I mean no disrespect. But
gang violence.
if this book is powerful, we have always been a mutually beneficial group amongst people. We have always shared our goods, shared our friends, our power. I assure you, Gorndal, that we do not mean to use this book as a weapon. You can take my word for it. Gorndal begins like looking around.
Somebody's circling us with a horse.
As he's kind of sitting there looking, the seer at this point begins to speak once more. There is ancient powers within these books. This is not the only one of its kind, I am sure. There is a certain thread weaved within it. I will deliberate more further with those that found the book. Bonecloaks, if you would, with me. Gorndal takes a couple of steps forward. I will not stand for this. We will not be shut out of whatever this book relates to. Ragnvald takes his hand up. Gorndal, take a moment. Stay here with me. We'll speak this over. With Jarl, Gorndal. At this point, Bor kind of steps back a little bit and takes a seat to like show that he's not also kind of pushing back to the Jarl. Fjoldir at this point, who was kind of on his way out. And you will stay as well. He kind of points to the back of the... You will not keep us prisoner here. You are free to go at any time. Your seer has no use in coming here. Seerco has already spoken.
There's big dictum.
Fine. If that's how it is, you'll choose to leave now then. This is not over. He kind of points his finger up toward Ragnvald. We will speak again soon, my friend. Friend. This is how you treat your friends. I mean, you know disrespect, Gormdal. None at all. Him, along with Bor and Fjoldir, begin leaving the hall. Bor, kind of toward the back of the line, walks over. He doesn't like walk up to each one of you, but just kind of like looks in all of your direction, gives a nod as he begins to walk out, picking up the one chest, kind of closing it and tucking it under his arm.
Actually, you can only have half that.
At this point, Ragnvald kind of gestures over toward Seerco. Seer, we are within good company. Stay here. Whatever it is you need to discuss can be said amongst me. He kind of looks over amongst less ears, the better you are. Very well. He kind of
Okay, I'll
looks,
leave.
he looks toward many of the villagers that have kind of gathered within here. You guys also start to look around and begin to notice a lot of individuals in here that are very unfamiliar. Never seen them before. Haven't really even seen, like, I don't want to say the likes of them, but there are some individuals that have these like long kind of horns kind of going up, kind of darker skin, like reddish, even some like purplish hues. There are a lot of humans, dwarves kind of mixed in, and a good amount of Goliaths that are in the mix of them that begin to kind of push their way out. You can see that there's probably like 8 or so of these individuals that you don't recognize, that the back of the hall has kind of like piled in and is like kind of in this half circle, like looking onto the group.
Those other 2 were your brothers, dude.
At that point, the Jarl just kind of takes his hands up. All of you, leave us. Everyone kind of starts to disperse before.
He's gone.
He's probably already sleeping.
Proteus, stay.
Oh.
He just kind of like points in your guys' direction as he's saying, like, Brodir, like, you stay, and he's pointing to you guys. To keep
You
you
guys
here.
want you guys to leave. That's what that
To where essentially at the end it is just the 5 of you, Jarl Ragnvald, Zalfjorn, and the Seer that are in here. So he, like, his wife leaves, Katala, as well as Gimdall. Yeah, as well as Gimdall. Gimdall doesn't really leave because he's like told to leave. He more or less just walks out and is like on the outside of like
He's so cool,
he's like
dude.
toward the front door essentially, like making sure nobody's coming in. And then he kind of like gestures over toward basically Kane, who's like standing kind of close maybe to the door, and then gestures to Zalfjorn, who both go to both doors on the opposite sides and close it. So like the door on the far side is open, and Gimdall's just kind of like standing in the jamb of the door, like leaned up against it. He kind of like takes a stool from the inside and drags it out to where he's like sitting on it and just like leaning there, like sitting, looking out, not looking in. But you can see that he kind of has like an ear toward the inside of the actual hall, to where he's not allowing anybody to just like walk up.
I'm thinking no one in this village could stop him from listening, so.
Yeah, dude's nuts.
It's Gorndal?
Yeah. Gimdall.
Oh, Gimdall.
Yeah, Gimdall is the right-hand man of Ragnvald, the kind of elven individual.
It's insane.
So, I heard from Gorndal of what happened. Is everything he said pretty on par? Not saying I don't trust him, but
Barring some details, yes.
anything else I need to know about? It seems you proved to be successful in your journeys. Is this something that we can look toward again in the future, or?
Well, possibly. We may, if we decide to do it again, have to take a more aggressive approach, given that we didn't leave on the best of terms. We could always try sailing past those lands and seeing what lies further, but I think our people are stronger, but they certainly have a bit of a numbers advantage on us.
Well,
But it is possible in the future.
speaking of numbers, I'm sure you noticed a few unfamiliar faces here.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe 2 weeks after you had left, when all of the snow had begun to fully thaw. There was a large group of individuals that pushed down from the north, from the mountains. More of a nomadic group of, I would call them Vikings. They were living closely with giants in a way, closer than we ever have. But there were much things that I don't think they fully told me everything about, but much of what they endured and had encountered up there had pushed them out of the mountains to push them further south. They didn't cross the bridge to Gatland, they continued south until they ended up here. Just like we always have, we took them in, we're letting them stay here for as long as they need, but some of them have proved very useful, and it is obvious that they are hardy individuals. As I said, living so closely with the giants, they believe in all of the old ways, the spirits. They know of our ways, our culture. I would say that it would benefit us to maybe even build more homes and let them make a place for themselves here.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
I myself have not fully met all of them yet, but as I said, I don't think that it would be the wrong thing to do to let them live here. As it is ultimately my decision, I still look on to all of Skolovik for their thoughts on things. But aside from that, you said that if we were to go back, it would be with force instead of...
Potentially.
I don't.
We did leave on hostile terms, but, you know, negotiation could be possible. But most likely, it would end up being a fight.
Understood.
We just got the Arl got a text.
It's my door, Dad.
Go, can you get my door?
You're all over your Taco Bell.
Put on to what you were here for to begin with. Seer, if you would, shed some light on this book, please.
I got a case of tacos.
To give you what information I can on this book. It is a oraculum, an amalgamation of dark magics. I have come across one or two in my time before, but none of this caliber. There are things within this world, worlds that connect us, that are better left unknown to some, because the sheer idea of it can madden those. Sometimes there is a bliss within the ignorance of not knowing. And I feel that it is pertinent to keep this book here in Skolovik. I will keep it under my care. I will not be using it for any dark purposes. That is not to say that there aren't those that would come and seek this book out. How it is exactly, or what exactly this group that you acquired this from wanted it is unknown, but I have my ideas as to what their purposes with it were.
They seem to claim that it would bring life back to the desert.
I can assure you that this book only brings darkness and death.
Sounds like we made the right call.
Darkness and death aren't that bad.
The seer from Felby might be on their way here, though, because we did mention it to them as well, that if their seer wanted to come and look just like the seer from Gadland. So maybe send word? I don't know, y'all.
Well, if he makes the journey here, we'll be hospitable to him and send him back on his way. Is there anything else you wish to report? I'm sure you had a long journey back and are wishing to rest and get back to your homes for a time.
I don't know, I'm trying to think of pertinent details that you might want to know.
I wonder if I should tumble a bear.
You should. You don't have anything to hide from the arm?
Or don't like freak out or anything, but I'm gonna rage and then turn into a bear.
You're gonna rage into it, or use your action?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my action to turn into a bear.
Okay.
I forgot that it's an action and not.
Okay. In the hall, you watch Brodier kind of stand up toward the front. You watch him as he's like preparing to do it. Those of you that are basically like standing directly next to him, maybe take like a little bit of a step back.
Yeah.
Kane, you kind of like almost ready yourself. Not in quite like a fighting stance and like blade drawn, but very attentive.
You guys all just like.
What
the fuck is he about to do?
He might freak out. Don't
Freak
panic,
out.
though.
You've seen Brodier transform in this way only one time before. It still appears to be painful, but there is much more of a deliberate intent to it. There is this kind of, he just like, whatever stance he wants to take, you begin to watch these red kind of wisps like almost come off of his body before they like wrap around him and form this kind of red ambient spiritual glow before you can see like him start to shed the skin that he's in, and his arms kind of extend, like pop outward, the knuckles kind of break at the joints and like extend out, the claws kind of form. You watch the hand itself like go from being just like fingers to like having this more of like a paw shape to it, but there's still like a hand there that can hold something. He goes into this fully like kind of grayish white fur. You can still see the several scars and such that are on it. The Jarl like has fully like stood up at this point and is like looking.
I'll pull out bear deer, dude.
Yeah, different sheet.
Different guy.
Got a different character sheet now, you're all.
By Aldrich or
By Aldrich, yeah.
explain what happened.
Well, a unicorn appeared. It's gone along, but first when we went to fight the bear, I got bit by him. First I was just having nightmares. I've had a couple transformations that I didn't want. Won't lie. Those went kind of bad, but this part's a little weird. A unicorn, I think. Steiner?
It was a unicorn, yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you why.
I don't know that part. That part's real hazy. But he helped Aldrich to, I guess, guide me here.
He used to turn into like a wolf thing.
Still does.
That's true.
I do sometimes.
You hear in the seer at this point, hey, cool. After you say like the little thing.
Seer, what do you know of this?
I have already spoken with Brodier on this matter. He knows his path. It seems he is walking in the direction of Aldrich right now. But heed my warning. The wolf will always be there, scratching to get out.
That's pretty sick.
I'm gonna unbear.
Falls over.
Put bear to your wear. Put bear to your wear.
That's a different guy. Put him over.
It's still painful to go back, but not as much. The red kind of spiritual energy fades a bit. You can even see like these slight, almost like branches that are there every now and then that like fade and shrivel out.
Well, the spirits know what it is, and I'm sure the spirits will guide you. You should have let me know sooner of this. Could have got you the help you needed if you were struggling.
Yeah, I should have. My bad.
I understand the quarrel that you were in with yourself, but I am the Jarl of this village. What goes on in this village I must know of. I said, I'm sure you all wish the rest. I'm glad you're all home, safe.
Us too. Glad to be back more than anything.
We'll make sure there is a good meal prepared for you tonight.
Oh,
Not a feast by any means, but a dinner prepared.
small hell yeah.
You've done well. You've continued time and time again to prove yourselves worthy, strong Vikings, pivotal contributors to this village. All of Skolavik, all of Vikings have benefited from your journeys. Thank you.
Just bow.
Who has those L and O runes?
What's that?
Who has those L and O runes?
Oh, that's right. We do have those.
You would. You were the one that opened the
Oh.
chest and pulled everything out. So.
Yeah. Wait, we forgot something.
Yeah, I forgot about these. These were with the book. I don't know.
In the,
You see a like gnarled, bony hand kind of in your direction.
they were sealed away with the book.
I'll hand them to him.
Yeah, you kind of set them on one after the other.
They're also sending stones. Now we have 2 sets.
Not much significance to these, I'm sure, but if you would, follow me, Volkdash.
Absolutely.
The seer doesn't say anything to the Jarl, just kind of looks in his direction. You can see the way that the kind of form of him ducks down a little bit, that he does a slight bow as he has before, not really speaking much. This being the most you've ever really even heard him speak. He starts to make his way over toward the hut. The entire walk to the hut is like this just very slow, methodical paced, like one foot after the other, making his way back. No words are said upon making your way basically back.
Do I have to leave an offering if I'm invited?
If you feel like you should, then yeah.
Big toe.
I don't got anything now.
You got 10
we
of them.
will
Or
get to
10
that
toes.
go afterward. But you guys still within Skelheim.
I'm going to the farm and sleeping.
It's like the middle of the day.
My fucking head's pounding.
Good point. Good point.
And I turned into a bear, which makes my head hurt even more.
Yeah.
I just look at the Jarl to see if he
Check
like
your
makes eye contact with me to glean if he wants me to like stay or whatever.
Okay.
He's like,
I think I'll just ask the Jarl if he needs
Good Jarl?
anything.
you're like, I don't know what the fuck that means, dude.
You can keep me in on that. I don't know what it means.
I'm gonna need that lesson.
Couple things.
Alright. Everyone rest. See your families. To your homes. Enjoy the fresh air, the land, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Rodier, if you would, please. Put the chest back by my quarters.
I take the chest and run. I go put it by his quarters.
I trap him.
What you do, you kind of make your way out. Sigrid also kind of starts to walk out. You and Sigrid kind of walking in tandem to like kind of leave. You looked to the Jarl for a moment, but he didn't seem to like look in your direction. He kind of addressed Brodier, and Steiner had asked if he needed anything, and he basically was just gesturing everyone like, you know, go out, go see your families. Kane, if you would, stay behind a moment.
You gotta change your bandages.
Oh, good point. Put my hand on Seer's shoulder. No.
It's 3 gnomes!
I knew it.
We got the book! Run! Scatter! We can finally summon the Mega Gnome!
It's just a human.
Alright, you guys
It wasn't that evil.
exit. Bogtash is left with the seer. Steiner, you exit and kind of head back toward either your house or parents or wherever.
I'm gonna go change Brodier's bandages before he goes to bed.
Oh, okay. Yeah. As for you, Kane, you kind of left behind inside of the actual long hall with the Jarl. If the rest of you wouldn't mind just going upstairs for a minute while...
I wouldn't mind, actually.
I knew he was gonna ask us.
He knew he was steps ahead.
Thanks.
I'm listening, by the way. I'm sitting right here.
Bro, dear.
Alright, so you are inside of the actual hall with him. It's basically just you, him, and his son, Zalfjorn. He, instead of being at the throne, he walks over and goes to sit at a table. He just kind of like sits down in a chair, like leaning on the table itself.
See if I wasn't sitting.
Yeah. He just obviously gestures for you to sit too if you weren't going to, and then Zalfjorn is just kind of like standing over to the side a little bit before he makes his way over as well. Kind of like reaches across the table and like puts his hand on your shoulder and gives like a good squeeze. It's good to see you.
Likewise, it's good to be back.
Yes. So, I know we've already all spoken and discussed what happened, but is there anything you want to tell me, or is there anything that happened?
Most of the accounts of what happened are fairly accurate. Leaving out a lot of details of all the adventure. I became a little, I don't want to say suspicious of Horndong, but it just was odd to me that the way he approached the raid was, I don't know, it didn't seem very much like a leader.
How do you mean?
I felt that every decision he made, he always kept him and his people behind. Made us take the lead or put ourselves potentially in harm's way. And not that we weren't willing to. Of course, we wanted to experience what was there to be offered, and knew we were capable. It just felt odd to me that him and his people kind of sat behind while we did everything.
It's definitely strange. Not, honestly, in my opinion, very Viking of anyone. If I was there, I would want to be on the front lines fighting.
It was the most of what struck me. Even the entire journey. Honestly, the entire trip, they just sat at the beach for the weeks we were there.
This was a desert that you made your way to.
Yes.
You came across people there.
We had landed and there was these really big structures that came to like a point, and they were riddled with all sorts of traps, and riches at the bottom. That was where a lot of what we brought back came from. And there was some almost deceased person at the bottom. We had to fight our way through, and whatever the entity was, it escaped. But we had left with the riches. There was many more of the pyramids, presumably with many more riches.
And these people that you encountered, what of them?
They almost seemed a little more kind of nomadic in a way. A lot of them were. They kind of just almost seemed like they were barely surviving in a way. They were very small. The quality of their weapons were fairly good. They lived a very different lifestyle.
What about their military? Do they have an army?
They did. I believe they referred to themselves as the Keoran. They attacked on these big crawling creatures. They seemed to maneuver across the sand very quick. And they used some sort of magic. As we were leaving, they were trying to pull the water so it would bring the ship back to shore, hurling fire magics at us.
Interesting.
Their leader, they have a shared leadership, some council. Most of them all adept at magic, seem to be their strong suit. One member was missing, and that's how we had kind of been told about this book. They had claimed that he had went to go find it or whatever and never came back. But they said their land was cursed. It used to be a lush green world full of water and life. And that their land ended up being cursed, and that this book was supposed to help restore it. Obviously now seeing what transpired from that, I feel like maybe they were lying.
And so, what of these people? Do they know the spirits?
Some of them do. Their one leader spoke our language, a little broken, but he was aware of our culture. We had also found, towards the end of our journey, we had found a nomadic tribe that wandered the desert. It had giant folk, and they had claimed that they have been to our lands.
Even that far away from here, the spirits still followed you. I'm glad that you've told me everything of this, of Gorndal. It's just, I've always had my suspicions of him. The Rockbeards of Gatland have always had a mutual relationship with us. Feldby has always been passive in their ambitions and ways. It's just that Gatland having the strength that it does, I've always feared of them trying to overthrow us, become a stronger village. I know they see themselves as the strongest village.
Oh. Given his temperament today, I would tend to agree. Especially when we had told him about the book when we had returned. He was eager to take it for himself.
I see. It's not something that I wish to do. But if it happens, I'm glad to know, at least I believe, that you'll be there at my side if a war ever happens civilly between us and them.
Of course.
Good.
This is my home and I would die for it.
Glad to hear it. Very well. Is there anything else, or is that about sum everything up?
Yeah.
What of this thing with Brodir?
That, obviously, that had initially happened before we left. He was more. It seemed that he had been taken a hold of by Dick Cool. He was transformed into this feral wolf, and oftentimes I would have to be the one to subdue him, as he became quite powerful. He seems to have it a little more under control now, but he, what was that guy's name that he killed long ago?
Oberyn?
Oberyn, yeah. Oberyn was a result of his transformations.
That is what happened then. I'll have to speak with Torben then. I understand what he was doing, but he still lied to me. That cannot be how things are.
I assume he was mainly scared. Afraid of being, after what I had all seen from that journey, a lot of the talks, the scriptures about the exiles. I think he was afraid he was going to become one.
The times are different now than they were then. We are a different village, different peoples. We only seek to help one another. I can't do that with secrets all around. Just be sure, I know you're much closer to all of them than you have been for a long time, but if there is ever anything, come to me with it and we'll work through it together.
Yes. Or, I know everyone should be forthcoming with you, and I know Brody does not have ill intent, or
Yes.
he's very Viking, just as much as I am.
I'm glad that you vouch for him. And if you vouch for him, I trust him.
But I agree that we can't keep holding back things from each other. Especially if there could be conflict in the future.
Certainly. Alright. Well, that's enough for now. I'm sure you've had a long journey. If there is more to discuss, we'll discuss it. Feel the spirit strongly when you all returned. They are in our graces, and it is by their will that everything has happened as it has. We'll continue to live this way.
I felt the spirits very strongly as we came back, even while we were gone. But even more so, it feels good to be back.
Good. I'm sure you'd like to go to your home, rest.
I would. I had procured a nice new piece of equipment for my smithing.
Very good.
It should increase my efficiency and the amount of work I can produce significantly.
Good to hear. You're a valuable member of this village. Don't forget that.
Maybe Jarl.
He just nods and kind of stands up and walks away as you yourself exit.
Let's go. Gandalf, give me a look on the way out. Was he listening?
It doesn't seem to be like he was listening.
Okay.
I'll take like 2 or 3 minutes and then come back.
Wait, was your guys' whole conversation recorded?
Can't wait to watch this episode.
Dude, we watched it upstairs. What do you mean?
Hell yeah, this music slaps. I'm gonna have to do it for my computer. I can't Twitch Prime on my phone.
I wouldn't sub to those people. They never thank anybody.
That's true. I've never thanked anyone.
I guess this music's not really
No, this is the music. Damn.
Get this song. I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get home.
Snowfall's not really appropriate either.
Huh? Super evil darkness music.
We're just going silent.
No, just play this shit.
That shit slaps.
This shit's
It's
cold.
gonna get played in a minute.
We're gonna get we gotta get attacked first.
I'll start it. If you're telling me this has to, I have to get into a fight for that to play, I'll fight anyone right now.
Yeah.
Alright, Volkash, you start making your way to the seer's hut with the seer. There are no words said between the two of you as you're walking over to the hut. He
See that Lions game?
he walks pretty
At you,
slow. You can definitely tell that he's quite
I
old.
already know the final score.
And all you see the whole time he's walking, like he's holding the book underneath his shoulder, and then his hand, this kind of gnarled hand, holding the staff itself. You kind of have the feeling and know how that he's very well informed in the matters relating to not only this book but the Dark One in a way, as you've had these instances where he has basically across the ocean assisted you in some sort of way in whatever state that you were in, and you knew it was his voice kind of speaking with you, telling you to tread lightly in these lands, and seeing his hand actually pulling you out of the darkness that you were kind of consumed and stuck in at one point. You make your way into the hut. He isn't saying anything as he's walking around. You can see him kind of moving around and doing things within the hut. The door is kind of like opened to where like he doesn't like have close it behind, and you don't like fully close it, so you kind of just like shut it. It's dimly lit within here. There's a couple of like just melting candles along the sides of the walls. There are no very simple kind of bed over to the side. Like everything is just very, very dimly lit. Like I said, all of the candles are just basically like a big thing of wax with a wick within it, and it's just like burning and melting down the sides of the stands or shelves or surface that it is upon.
It's a fire hazard.
You see him walk around and go over toward basically a table that's not really like shown within here, but it's kind of offset from the cauldron a little bit, to where he sets the book upon it. He takes the runes and sets those onto there as well. And just like slowly walking around inside of the actual hut. Makes his way over back to the bookshelf. Goes over to the book. Takes the first like opening of the book itself. As he opens the actual book, you watch that darkness go to like emerge and shoot out from the book, and it does, and then subsides. You watched Steiner do the same, and it did not happen. You watch him do it, and the same thing that happened to you happens to him. He still doesn't say anything. He's just sitting there looking at the book, page at a time, like flips it over. You can see his gnarled finger on each page.
The door closed on its own?
No, you kind of closed it when you walked in.
Boom!
Would have been cool if it did.
Suck the demon straight out of you.
Huh?
I'm just gonna wait.
Maybe 20 minutes or so pass of him just page by page, kind of flipping through.
Read it on your own time.
Continues. 40 minutes or so pass.
I don't even think he'd know. It's just
Swap it with another book.
yeah, he won't even.
How far through the book is he?
Maybe
4
like
pages.
10,
Four.
15 pages of it.
After 40 minutes?
Slow reader, man.
Let's keep waiting.
Hell reader.
Yeah, come on, it's gonna be
Watch
winter.
him kind of flipping through. Goes like forward 4 pages
Does that snow?
He reverses pages?
and goes back like 3 or 4 pages.
You're gonna be there all week.
I don't want to interrupt the guy. I mean, maybe he's got something really profound to say, but he just needs to figure it out.
Spilled his cauldron on accident.
Put the book in the cauldron.
I'm just gonna, while he's doing that, I guess I'm just gonna kind of like look around, because I was in here once before, but I didn't really have a lot of time to really observe anything, and like, I guess wait for a while and see if anything pops out, or if there's anything of any significance that I like. If I see where he's at in the book at all, I guess, you know, maybe at that point I might chime in, but until then I'm just gonna kind of
That's a good part.
be patient and
Okay. Make an investigation check looking around the room.
Plot twist is incredible.
Real page turner, that one.
Slowly though. It's a slow page turner.
18.
18?
Yeah.
He doesn't live in like
You'd have been a wolf.
really like, it's not like a gross environment by any means. It's just dark
Shit
and
everywhere.
kind of bare, a little old. The table itself it's well kept. Like there's not just like molded and spoiled and rotted stuff all over. It's just very minimal. The entire environment just itself feels cold.
That cheese has been here for 4 days.
It's not like a cozy like house where he's got stuff hanging up on the walls and like decorations. It's just all very basic, simple things. The bookshelf that you see and like kind of make your way over to, you can see a lot of parchment is on it. There are several like little animal skulls and bones that are adorning it, tied up onto like little strings that are hanging off the sides, hanging from the edges. Parts of it too have like a bunch of like knuckle bones that are like all hanging in one direction, and you have to kind of like move them to the side. You can feel them like kind of clinking and hear it as you move them to like look at the books within the shelves. You don't really go over toward where the bed's at. Just kind of like feeling out the space and like looking around.
I guess black light.
There's a lot of books that are on this shelf. I don't want to say that they're like the Heraculum of what you've been told that this book is basically called, but they're old. They don't have like a title on them. A lot of the books aren't really like a huge thing within your guys' culture as it is. So for him to have these and for you to like be looking at them and seeing them, you're a little caught off guard in a way, is where you're like you know what a book is. Like you can fucking tell what a book is, but for you guys, like you don't have like leisure reading type stuff or like scripts or like a Bible type of thing. It's just like these books that you're looking at. Many of them appear to be very similar to the Heraculum in a way. Like you look at it, you can see the binding of each book is kind of different leathers. The pages on the inside are of different sizes. One book catches your attention, and it's because it's a lighter kind of tan color than the other ones, and the binding itself has a kind of almost golden ink symbol on it that is like a half like sun, like it looks like the half circle with like the 3 rays coming off of it.
Like the one we were seeing.
Yeah, the one that you've seen several times. Yeah, you can see that book is kind of sitting there on the shelf along with all of the other ones. This one is different than the other ones. The other ones, like, just looking at the bindings, there's nothing on it. It's just like a leather-bound, like, book that seems to have been haphazardly kind of placed together, or just not like a super organized, clean-cut kind of book.
Is it rude to just touch it? Try to grab it? Try to read it?
Get your fingers in there, dude.
You can just hear, the only thing you hear in this room is like this just light kind of like, and then he's like flipping the page every now and then. You can hear the like,
He's jorking his shit, dude.
Why is his other hand under the robe?
I'm gonna reach out to grab that book.
Cut your hand off.
as you kind of reach and grab it, you're holding it, looking at it for a moment. You don't like feel eyes on you the whole time, but there's like this brief moment where you can feel him probably kind of like look over for a moment. You're still looking at the book. You don't like snap and like look at him while you're looking at it.
Surprise! Your neck breaks.
Bucket sand.
Now I have 2 books.
Yeah, you run with both of them.
Just crack open the front of the book.
You go to crack it open. As you're kind of opening the book up, you actually hear him speak for the first time in like an hour and a half, probably.
Dude, I'd have been pissed.
If you read that book, be prepared for what answers you will find.
Sam, there's no going back. Time to find out you got a demon in you.
I was gonna keep reading.
Okay.
I'll like go to open it as he says that. I'll kind of pause and I'll just like kind of take a few seconds, but then I'll just kind of slowly continue to open it. And
Bro, deer's a furry.
We gotta get up.
Oh, come on.
What?
Why am I getting strays in the random book, dude?
It says it in the book. It must be
That's
crazy.
the answer he was looking for.
What the fuck?
He's like, well, I've been do that.
You start reading
before
the
the
book,
wolf thing.
and it's more so. There's like there are books,
That guy's
obviously,
going
and
to the
like
Christmas party
writing and
dressed
stuff
as
within
sheep.
your culture. This book itself seems to be kind of this mix that you're getting. It's like a book of stories and a book of history. Like it's like this historical fiction in a way that like kind of meld together to where like the fiction of it and the story the stories of it and like the fact, so like the fact and the fiction have this like blending together. Like the fact of it that you read and you know of is related to your knowledge as like a Viking. Like you understand the way that the world is, and that there is Midgard, and that everything is basically connected from Yggdrasil, this world tree, essentially. Like this is like knowledge that you guys are taught as children, and that like as you grow up, and like stories that you get told of like the world tree and how it connects to things. This book that you open, the very first page, you open it up and there is like boom right on it, like the an image of the world tree and it kind of going up, and you can see at the very, 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 very top of this tree there is like a symbol of like a half sun. It's kind of at the top there, and this branch is kind of connected to it, and it goes from like the kind of brown normal looking tree, and there's like this little offset of like a very dull painted kind of swirling purple kind of portal looking thing, and then you can see this bottom part of the tree has like this fiery kind of landscape to it with some sort of like almost black hole portal going into that, and then another one kind of off the side that has these 2 kind of large wooden gates that you're kind of looking at. Make an intelligence check for me, just so I can, or history. History would probably be more relating to all of this.
You got this.
9. So you don't know every single one of these branches that are kind of going off from the world tree. The one at the very top, like you're pretty confident you know what it's supposed to be in like the place, and you're sure reading into this book more, it's going to basically tell you, or at least lead you to the answer you're looking for it. You know immediately the one over to the side that's kind of like, so it's like the one with the half sun, and then there's this one with like a double door, and then over to the side here is the one that's like that purple swirl, and then like over to the other side is like this kind of dark, kind of black, wispy landscape in a way, and then at the very bottom there's like that hellish kind of fire. You know at the very bottom is Skullgard. It's basically like the Viking hell in a way. You also see the other one that you recognize immediately, the one with the double doors on it. That is, what is this one? That one with the double doors is Valhalla. That's basically like your Viking heaven, like what you go through life to in death attain, in a way. Like, the other one that you see, that the last one that you actually remember and recognize, over to the left where there's like that kind of shadowy, wispy area, is basically like Viking purgatory, is the Shadowfell. It's kind of like this in-between of what would be Valhalla and Skullgard. So that's why it's kind of like over to the side, like branched underneath where Valhalla sits and where Skullgard sits. And as you're like kind of looking at these things, you're just trying to like basically go through this book. Like there's the only thing that catches your attention is you've seen that symbol a couple of times. There's nothing like pulling you to it. There's no power or magic in this book at all. And you begin to flip through it and kind of read it. You get kind of sucked into the book as well as you're sitting here and reading. You go and sit over like one of the stools like at the desk and like kind of set it down in front of it, and you're like hunched over, like flipping through page after page after page. The very top plane that you, like plane or world, however you guys depict it, but as you look at that, like that top connection, it's referred to as Asgard, and it's something that you have heard before and are familiar with as far as your guys' culture goes. Asgard is like Valhalla plus essentially for you guys. Like there is, it's like
Death premium.
it's almost like an it's like an unattainable like heaven to you guys. Like no mortals go there. It's basically this place of great celestial beings, and like many of them are said to be there and come from there and are warriors of the primal spirits that were, you know, created in some parts of their form, and like some of their magic made that. It's not like the hangout for all the spirits. You're not even really sure where they are, what they do, but reading in this book and what it pertains to right now is that this book is basically relating to Asgard and speaking about Asgard in a way.
Okay.
The book itself speaks of basically it's referred to as like a kingdom of brass and gold. There is several references to actual people that live there, Asgardians, being like hailing from there, being strong, kind of powerful individuals. There's depictions of them that are very, very vague inside of there, and a lot of them are basically humanoid kind of looking individuals. They have more elven appearance to them, I would say, in a way. They kind of have like long, pointy ears. You see that there is a lot of like discussion and leaning into the power and the strength of like Asgardians and like their culture itself. It's basically the same as like Vikings, but they are like almost like ascendants. Like they are like these celestial beings. They're not like angels or Valkyries. Like Valkyries would make more sense because Valkyries do hail from Asgard, and you see that within the book, and you're reading it about celestial beings that come from there. But speaking specifically about Asgardians, it's basically like they are human type creatures that live in Asgard, and it's like their home, and they have kind of created it into a kingdom. And there are
almost got way too deep into that. Way too much.
Just tell us everything.
I almost spilled
It'd be
all
like
the secrets.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Just like get excited.
There is a king of
explaining
Asgard.
something.
It is Odin. He's referred to as the king of Asgard several times in there. He is not like you know to be like this all-father type figure. That is not the same within this world for you guys. Like he is basically just in this referred to as the king of
Oh,
Asgard,
damn.
which is basically the somewhat of it is the same, but it refers to him as the king of Asgard, and it refers to his two sons, the kind of direct descendants of him, that are, you know, basically the princes of Asgard, both being Thor and Loki. It goes into the kind of fiction part of it, where you start to read that and get that information from there, where it talks about Thor and Thor's great strength and his power and his ability to basically pull cities from the ocean or to crumble entire civilizations with the swing of his sword.
His sword? Damn. Thor
Yeah,
got
he
it.
doesn't wield Mjolnir in this, sorry.
Oh,
You got it
we
down.
would have
Yeah.
got copyright strike.
It talks about Loki as well. Loki is kind of this
Cool guy.
He sounds cool. to
Doesn't
me.
play any pranks ever.
very skilled fighter. It doesn't really go into like his exact like abilities of doing what. It just kind of mentions him and Thor kind of being fighters and, you know, leading these Asgardian armies to any sort of fights and wars that they should. And there's always this conflict between Asgard and Skullgard in a way, where these like kind of dark, evil entities, whether they be demonic or devilish, make their way through the World Tree, either into Asgard or even going into the Shadowfell or going into Valhalla, where this Asgardian army is basically like this kind of Inquisitor type army, where they go through the World Tree and find these scourges that go into each of these realms that they're not supposed to be in, and fight them in these kind of large, grand, epic battles to push them back to Skullgard or kill them entirely. It says a lot in there too that Asgardians basically are made powerless when they go to Skullgard due to this kind of brimstone that's there. It's very similar to like Superman and Kryptonite in a way, where like it weakens them. So there's a lot of weapons that these creatures or demons in Skullgard would use that are basically like brimstone blades, essentially. And it's like showing pictures of these blades and like showing that it's their bane in a way. And it goes deep into this lore and this reading of these great wars and the first wars and the war of this and the war of that. And there's like hundreds of these wars that go on. And some of it, like I said, a lot of it seems to be like this fiction, and it's like hyping these stories up and talking about Thor cutting down armies of demons with the single swipes of his blade, and Loki making his way into, you know, infiltrating enemy lines. The book itself relates heavily like on them for a time, but then it just goes into like the Asgardian culture and like itself, and talking about their kind of like these like further down into the book, like the last kind of little section that you get into it of the book, it talks about like Asgardian bloodlines in a way, and the bloodlines themselves are connected to these kind of guardians in a way, where they get a lot of their powers from this guardian, if that makes sense. So like their bloodline is all different based upon this guardian, and the guardian isn't referred to anything other than a guardian. It's like an ancestral guardian or guardian of the bloodline, to where like this Asgardian magic, this celestial magic within a family creates this sort of guardian in a way that essentially protects and keeps and looks out for these families and these bloodlines, and kind of goes deeper into the lore of that and like talking of that, and you kind of like thumb through and read it more, and a lot of it just turns into more and more stories of like what Asgardians are and the fights that they've been in, and talking more about Thor and like Odin and Loki. there gets to be a point where you're like more than halfway probably through the book, and you realize that you've been here for like 4 or 5 hours just like thumbing through this. And at that point you hear
Seer's not even there.
the book close that the seer's kind of reading. You haven't fully gotten through the book that you're in, but there's just like war story after war story inside of this book of like the martial like combat prowess of Asgardians and like their abilities. And you have the book in front of you, and I mean, you still probably have like that many pages or so left in it where you're like looking at it, and then you hear the book kind of close behind you. Continue to read. You can hear him kind of shuffle. You hear this kind of like almost like foot like sucking noise in a way, like where you kind of like look around, and you take a quick look and try to gander, and you can't find the Herculum like book anywhere. Ask your ask. Any questions you may have.
Was that book made for someone to try to kill Thor with?
He kind of walks over to the stool, takes a seat like across from you. As he sits, he takes the staff and pushes it against the side of the wall itself. Takes his hood and just kind of like pulls it back with his hands like shaking a little bit. You can see that his ears are kind of like pointed like up to the sides. You can see that he has a very, very aged like appearance to his face. And you also see kind of going down both like sides of his neck, like in this like very straight, rigid lines, this kind of deep, deep purple tattoo that kind of like glows very, very dull. And you can see very similar to the one that you have, like little circles that go down the sides of it in ways.
Are you the same as me?
And you, me, as I have said, you are my kin.
I thought you guys were going to be the same person or something.
I guess I didn't fully understand what you meant at the time.
There is a deep weave within not just Midgard, but the worlds beyond. I, as well as you, have a strong connection to Asgard. I have roamed Midgard for a long time. I've been the seer for many a Jarl. I miss home a lot. I don't remember even what it looks like. I've only ever seen small glimpses of it when I find myself among the stars. Your being here, your reason for falling, I'm not sure of. My reason for falling was the death of my guardian. I am the last of my bloodline. I still feel that pain all the time. I'm sure there is much that even in these moments you still don't fully understand. But you, just like I, are an Asgardian. And the Dark One that seeks you out, my guardian did not just fall. It was killed. Its power taken by the Dark One.
his intention, I'm sure, is to do the same to yours.
So he wants the Guardian, not me so much.
Yes. But in order to get to it, he must first get to you. Pushing you to death brings that Guardian forth.
Do you know what happened while we were gone?
I do not.
This Oraculum was guarded by the Dark One, or a projection of him. And I was brought to that point. If it wasn't for Kane and Brodier fighting to the very end of their lives to try to protect me, it very well could have been the end of my Guardian, it sounds like.
There is a great power that we possess, but in the same right, it is a curse. You must be able to fully and correctly harness any magics and connection you may have to your Guardian before you can even use it or understand it. That's why I haven't told you anything. You can't foolishly seek these things out. You yourselves must get stronger. As I said, I don't know your exact happenings for being here or how you ended up here. But I do know that it is important for you to gain your strength. Resist any sort of holds or pulls that the Dark One may have upon you. There is a place in your mind that you go, that I too have visited you in, that the Dark One has visited you in. It is somewhat of a in-between. You feel a strong connection when you look up to the night sky. That is because there is a realm of sorts that sits between Asgard and Midgard. The Dreamlands, if you will. Many a Guardian have died and fallen before. When they do, they burn out. But that flame is rekindled, and they are reborn to fuel this dreamland. They are stars when you look up at night and see them. You don't have much control of it, as I've seen already. It is a place that the Dark One can reach you in. The Dark One can find your Guardian and where it rests. He can manipulate your thoughts within it, what you think could be real. So anytime you get there, just be careful within those realms. The Dark One can access this, as well as his knowledge of Guardians and you, because he himself was Asgardian. I do not know whom or exactly what he was or is, but I do know that he is a fallen Asgardian. He's been seeking out all of these Asgardian guardians for a long time, taking their powers, fueling his own, killing fellow Asgardians, harnessing their powers. I'm telling you this now because the veil needs to be lifted in a way. When I first fell to Midgard, I was more aware of what was going on, but there was still so much mystery, and it took me a long time journaling, documenting, researching to find out who I was and why I was here. The spirits are strange. They've weaved everything into the way that it is, and I do believe that I've been here, placed within Skalavik, and you ventured here to Skalavik for me to help guide you to where you need to be.
It may take time. And the Dark One will be relentless. And I will use this book, and he kind of like takes his hands forward, and as he does, there's like this purple mirage of energy that manifests the book in front of him from wherever he had it hidden. This book, as well as the knowledge I have, and whatever else you may come across, you will use it to try to figure out how to defeat him. But I can assure you right now, he's far too powerful. And I will give you this warning. Do not seek out your guardian. But although you may be stronger with it, I don't think it is the time. Some of their power is too much in your hands right now. I think it would just be much easier for the Dark One to procure what it is he is after. Stay your course, bolster your strength, and only share this information with those you trust. As for my identity, it is mine and mine alone. Share that with no one.
Understood.
Okay.
He reaches for the staff while grabbing the hood and kind of pulling it up and over. Takes his hand. You hear that same like noise as he puts his hand over the book, and you watch the purple mirage of energy like suck into his hand.
So the book will be safe here.
I will keep it safe.
I guess I was asking the wrong question to start, but was that book meant to corrupt me in a way? Is that his book, The Dark Ones?
This book is a journal. His collection of dark magics he's come across along the ways. Everything towards the back of the book is faded, hard to read. I did see mentionings of Thor within it. Some of Loki. But I can't make out what the sentences mean. I feel that Thor is more easily seen because of how forceful it was when it was written. It's almost embedded within the pages as opposed to ink. I'll do what I can to decipher the rest, and if I feel you're ready for any information, I'll give it. But do your best now to bolster your strength. Master the dreamlands a bit, but tread lightly within them.
See what I can figure out.
You were wise to bring this book to me. Had it fallen into anybody's hands, and even if you had kept it for yourself, you would have fallen right into whatever trap he has set.
When I first opened it, he pretty much told me that. So I'm glad I made the right decision. I was worried Gorndal was going to create a bigger problem about it.
I will not let that happen. There are many things against these Jarls that they do not see the beyond of Midgard. They only see their village and whatever power they can gain from here on. There is much beyond that us, as guardians, need to look out for and protect. We are still Viking. But that is only because we have fallen to such. We cannot forget our Asgardian paths. This village is still important, the people within it important. The spirits have woven it so. Let's just follow the path.
Thank you. I feel a peace I haven't felt since I got here. So
Well, I
can assure you it will not last very long. Although you have this knowledge, it will curse you at times. Just be strong in your resolve. Do your best to see past any traps set by the Dark One himself.
He's been pretty straightforward with me, and I just didn't understand, so I'll make sure to be more aware. Thanks again. I'll just kind of take the book, I'll go put it back on the bookshelf, and I'll just head out.
Alright. Okay. With that is where we will pick it up next time. From there.
Milestone?
That was crazy.
Not quite a milestone yet.
Little crazy.
Dude, almost dying.
Dude. Sailed across the sea, dude.
Across the sea.
Maybe
Got
20
some.
more later.
Need
Right.
8 miles
Good
from
job.
them?
We should be good for